हर घर जल जल जीवन मिशन
தெரியும் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக கட்டிக்கிட்டு சரி செய்யலாம் ஊர் மக்கள் தண்ணி விடலாம் அப்படின்றதுனால காலையில் மோட்டர் ஆன் பண்ணிட்டு பவுட்ரு போடுவேன், அப்புறம் திறந்து விடும் மேல் தெருவுக்கு விடுவேன், அதுக்கப்புறமா கீழ் தெருவுக்கு திறந்து விட்டு தண்ணி குடிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னா முடியும். தண்ணி வரலன்னு மோட்டர் ஏன் தண்ணி விடலன்னு கேட்பாங்க, ரிப்பேராக இருக்குது அதனால வீட்டில் சரி பண்ணி விடுறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கிளர்க்கு பஞ்சாயத்து கிளர்க்கு எடுத்து சொல்லிடுவோம். நிறைய செலவுனாக்கா அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லிடுவோம். ஒரு 500, 200, 300ன்னா நான் பண்ணிட்டு அவர்கிட்ட காசு வாங்கிப்போம். தொடர்ந்து பண்ணலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பொதுமக்களுக்காக நிறைய வேலை செய்யணும் பெண்கள் எல்லாம் அப்படின்னு.
हर घर जल जल जीवन मिशन
வேலை தெரியும் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக கட்டிக்கிட்டு சரி செய்யலாம் ஊர் மக்கள் தண்ணி விடலாம் அப்படின்றதுனால காலையில் மோட்டர் ஆன் பண்ணிட்டு பவுட்ரு போடுவேன், அப்புறம் திறந்து விடும் மேல் தெருவுக்கு விடுவேன், அதுக்கப்புறமா கீழ் தெருவுக்கு திறந்து விட்டு தண்ணி குடிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னா முடியும். தண்ணி வரலன்னு மோட்டர் ஏன் தண்ணி விடலன்னு கேட்பாங்க, ரிப்பேராக இருக்குது அதனால வீட்டில் சரி பண்ணி விடுறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கிளர்க்கு பஞ்சாயத்து கிளர்க்கு எடுத்து சொல்லிடுவோம். நிறைய செலவுனாக்கா அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லிடுவோம். ஒரு 500, 200, 300ன்னா நான் பண்ணிட்டு அவர்கிட்ட காசு வாங்கிப்போம். தொடர்ந்து பண்ணலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பொதுமக்களுக்காக நிறைய வேலை செய்யணும் பெண்கள் எல்லாம் அப்படின்னு.
हर घर जल जल जीवन मिशन जल जीवन मिशन।
हमने दुनिया को दिखाया है कि हम भारत के लोग दृढ़ संकल्प के साथ सामूहिक प्रयासों से कठिन लक्ष्य को भी हासिल कर सकते हैं। हमें एकजुट होकर इस
जल जीवन मिशन जल शक्ति मंत्रालय भारत सरकार। जल जीवन मिशन जल शक्ति मंत्रालय भारत सरकार। जल जीवन मिशन जल शक्ति मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
माँ कब आएगा?
अभी आएगा।
अरे बोलो ना माँ, कब आएगा?
बोला ना, अभी आ जाएगा। ये ले, आ गया कुआं।
अरे कुआं नहीं माँ, हमारे घर नल से जल कब आएगा?
नल से जल?
अरे गुड्डी, बहुत जल्दी आएगा पानी। जल जीवन मिशन आ चुका है। हम 1 कदम उठाएंगे तो सरकार 10 कदम उठाएगी।
सच? तुम्हारे मुंह में घी शक्कर।
घी शक्कर नहीं माँ, स्वच्छ जल।
2024 तक देश के सभी 19 करोड़ घरों में पहुंचेगा पीने का साफ पानी। अब होगा हर घर जल। जल जीवन मिशन।
सारा प्लास्टिक रख लिया।
ए मोनू।
हाँ मम्मी।
अपनी ट्यूशन की किताबें तो ले जा।
अरे ये तो मैं भूल ही गया।
नेहा, बेटा ये तो लेते जाओ।
ठीक है माँ। देख मैं कितना सारा प्लास्टिक ले आया। मैं भी ले आई। आजा आजा, चल जल्दी। लेट हो गए। मैडम हम आ गए। मैम ये रही आपकी फीस।
शाबाश, वहाँ रहो बेटा। 6 3 6 4 आप बताओ बेटा। गुड। 6 8 ठीक है, आज की क्लास आप लोगों की खत्म। बाय।
साधारण से दिखने वाले प्लास्टिक कचरे में आमदनी की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। अगर इसका उचित संग्रह किया जाए तो अच्छा मूल्य मिल सकता है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत देश के सभी गांव में ODF प्लस के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए ये है एक अनोखी पहल। तो आइए संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की भागीदारी में हम सब इस पहल से जुड़कर अपने गली, मोहल्ले, घर और गांव को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त बनाएं और पाएं कचरे से कंचन की सौगात।
चाचा, ये गांव तो बड़ा सुंदर है। कहीं कोई कचरा ही नहीं दिखाई दे रहा।
कैसे दिखेगा बेटा, हमारे गांव में कचरे का निपटारा एकदम सही तरीके से जो किया जाता है।
जी, क्या कहा आपने? भला वो कैसे?
2014 में स्वच्छ भारत अभियान आरंभ हुआ, जिससे देश के सभी गांवों को खुले में शौच से मुक्त होने यानी ODF होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। अब अगले चरण में ODF प्लस और संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को हासिल करना है। ODF प्लस के अंतर्गत विशेष बल ODF स्थायित्व एवं ठोस और तरल कचरा प्रबंधन पर दिया गया है।
अच्छा, तो फिर इस गांव में कचरे के निपटान के लिए क्या क्या कदम उठाए गए हैं?
हमारे देश के गांवों से रोजाना बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर जैविक कचरा निकलता है
और हमारी सरकार इस कचरे के सही निपटारे को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहती है।
हम लोग सामुदायिक स्तर पर सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाते हैं। इस यूनिट पर सबसे पहले गांव भर से इकट्ठा किए गए कचरे की छटाई की जाती है। उसमें से गीला और सूखे कचरे को अलग अलग किया जाता है। जैविक कचरे से कंपोस्ट बनाया जाता है। अब चूंकि इसे हम गांव वाले सामुदायिक स्तर पर करते हैं, इसलिए इसे कम्युनिटी कंपोस्टिंग भी कहते हैं। सरकार के साथ साथ हम लोगों को भी अपने घरों में जैविक कचरे के प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए।
अपने घरों पर? वो कैसे?
ग्रामीण भारत में पारिवारिक स्तर पर हम कंपोस्टिंग करने के लिए कई तरीकों को अपना सकते हैं, जैसे पिट कंपोस्टिंग, पॉट कंपोस्टिंग और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग। पिट कंपोस्टिंग ये घर के पास एक खाली जगह पर गड्ढा खोदकर किया जाता है। पॉट कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी हम अपने घरों में कम लागत में आसानी से कर सकते हैं और वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग इसे भी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। अब जहाँ तक सामुदायिक स्तर पर जैविक कचरे के निपटारे की बात है, वहाँ पर हम पाइल कंपोस्टिंग का तरीका अपनाते हैं या फिर रोटरी ड्रम कंपोस्टिंग की राह चुनते हैं। इसके अलावा नाडेप कंपोस्टिंग भी एक बेहतरीन उपाय है। इन सभी विकल्पों का एक ही मकसद है कि अपनी जरूरत और सहूलियत के अनुसार जैविक कचरे का अनुकूलन करते हुए उसका निपटारा किया जाए, क्योंकि इसके उचित निपटारे से जल और वेक्टर जनित बीमारियां जैसे दस्त, मलेरिया, डेंगू, हैजा और टाइफाइड के मामलों में बहुत कमी आती है। और इतना ही नहीं, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में भी कमी आती है।
यानी जैविक कचरे का निपटारा करो
और भारत को स्वच्छ, आत्मनिर्भर और खुशहाल बनाओ।
Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department under the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department of Government of Karnataka. It has this mandate of providing clean drinking water to all the villages and also maintain sanitation.
One of the important challenges in maintaining sanitation in rural Karnataka has been that of open defecation. To address this issue, the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department started a drive to construct toilets in every household of such rural villages. Between 2014 to 2019, the department has constructed over 47 lakh such toilets across the state. Many community sanitary complexes are also being built in public spaces. Pink Toilet, a women-only toilet complex, is a unique pilot project taken up by the department.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಳವಳ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಪಿಂಕ್ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ಸಿನೇಟರ್ನ ಕುಂದಿರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊಂದೈತಿ. ಮೊದಲಿನಕಿಂತ ಅದು ಬೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ.
The new toilets being constructed by the department are the twin pit toilets. However, to manage the already existing traditional single pit toilets, fecal sludge management was needed. So, the department started a pilot project with 16 fecal sludge management facilities throughout the state. With all these measures in place, Karnataka state has been declared an open defecation-free state. Solid waste management was a major issue in rural Karnataka. The Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department has made aggressive progress in addressing this challenge. Out of the 5,964 panchayats in Karnataka, 3,660 panchayats already have a functional solid waste management unit. Solid waste collection, segregation, and processing are being done effectively here with the help of the local panchayat administration. Liquid waste management is yet another task taken up by the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department. To manage Greywater, individual soak pits are being constructed with help from the department. In villages where there is no space for individual soak pits, the drains coming out of houses are interconnected and greywater is taken out from the village. There are community soak pits constructed. Thus, in every village, greywater is disposed of scientifically to maintain hygiene.
ಈಗ ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತು ಸರ್, ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಭಾಳ ಗಲೀಜಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಸೊಳ್ಳೆಗಳ ಕಾಡದಿಂದ ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸತಿನ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಈ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ.
Toilet use, sanitation, cleanliness, hygiene, etc. are also matter of habit and therefore a matter of culture, cultural practices, etc. So therefore we have to keep on talking to the community, and therefore Gram Panchayats and other PRIs, Panchayat Raj institutions, have a very important role in promoting sustainability of the sanitation practices as well as the infrastructure that we have created. Karnataka has a rich history of empowered Gram Panchayats. Gram Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat and Jilla Panchayat also play an important role as a converging mechanism to converge resources from different sources. So the funds under 15th Finance Commission, Mahatma Gandhi Narega scheme and Swachh Bharat are converged with the active participation of the Jilla Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat and the Gram Panchayats.
The Jal Jeevan Mission is an ambitious project announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, on 15th of August 2019. The idea of this project was to provide clean drinking water of 55 litres per capita per day to every household in the country. In Karnataka, the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department has taken up this project. In Karnataka, out of the 97,91,000 rural households, 46 lakh houses have already been given functional household tap connections. Today, with a 47% completion rate, Karnataka stands with the national average for FHTC. The Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department aims to reach the 100% target within the next 2 financial years.
ಇವಾಗ ಈಗ ಮನೆ ತಕ್ಕ ನೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ,
ಸಾನಕ್ಕೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ, ಕುಡಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ. ನಮಗೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೀರಿಗೆ.
Karnataka has the second largest arid region in the country after Rajasthan, and predominantly we depend on bore wells for drinking water. We are working towards taking water from sustainable sources. So wherever is possible, we are making the sources sustainable by converging the funds from Narega. Under Mahatma Gandhi Narega scheme, we are taking up large number of groundwater recharge and rainwater harvesting structures. We are taking up watershed management activities to make sure that the percolation increases and groundwater levels come up. There are some regions which are what is called dark regions. The groundwater tables have gone very, very low, and therefore even recharge activities will not immediately solve the problem. But in such areas, if there is a river source, perennial river source, we are taking water from those and building large multi-village water supply schemes also, so that sustainable water source is available to the villages.
In order to maintain the quality of water, several laboratories are established across the state. Out of the present 31 district laboratories, 13 laboratories have already received NABL accreditation. Along with this, at the Gram Panchayat level, field testing kits or FTKs are provided to test the water quality at the village level. Thus, a strict quality check is ensured. Karnataka Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department has established the Parihara Helpline and Bapuji Seva Kendras to address public grievances regarding their drinking water and sanitation.
In Karnataka, the Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department was created in 2014, and during this period, in fact, we have enhanced the capacity of this department quite a bit. We have come quite a distance from where we began.
जल जीवन मिशन।
साथियों, हमने दुनिया को दिखाया है कि हम भारत के लोग दृढ़ संकल्प के साथ सामूहिक प्रयासों से कठिन लक्ष्य को भी हासिल कर सकते हैं। हमें एकजुट होकर इस अभियान को सफल बनाना है। जल जीवन मिशन जल्द से जल्द।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
– 2014 में शुरू किया गया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान एक विशाल जन आंदोलन बना और देश को खुले में शौच से मुक्त होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। अब अगले चरण में ODF प्लस और संपूर्ण स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को हासिल करना है। ODF स्थायित्व को बनाए रखने के लिए शौचालय के नियमित उपयोग व्यवहार को अपनाना, शौचालय का सही रखरखाव, सही निर्माण तकनीक और मल के अनुसार समुचित प्रबंधन जैसी चुनौतियों को फीकल स्लज मैनेजमेंट FSM के उपायों को अपनाकर समाधान किया जा सकता है। एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालय को हर बार खाली करवाने में खर्चा करना पड़ता है, वहीं सही तकनीक वाले 2 गड्ढे वाला शौचालय सिर्फ मल उपचार नहीं करता बल्कि उसे खाद में परिवर्तित कर देता है। इसका मतलब बचत और खाद का खेत में उपयोग। जिन शौचालयों के पिट और सेप्टिक टैंक्स नालियों से जुड़े होते हैं, वहां का दूषित पानी तालाबों तथा पानी के अन्य स्रोतों को गंदा कर सकता है। इस गंदे पानी को सोक पिट की मदद से निपटान करना जरूरी है ताकि तालाबों में गंदा पानी ना जाए। जब शौचालय की देखरेख सही तरीके से नहीं की जाए, फिर वहां चॉकिंग की समस्या हो जाती है और फिर सही समय पर खाली ना करने पर मल से दूषित पानी गड्ढे से बाहर बहने लगता है, जो स्वास्थ्य और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए काफी हानिकारक है। सेप्टिक टैंक और एक गड्ढे वाले शौचालयों में जमा होने वाले मल का आधुनिक तकनीक जैसे कि FSTP से उपचार किया जा रहा है, जहां मल को गड्ढों से मैकेनाइज्ड तरीके से खाली करके FSTP में विभिन्न प्रक्रियाओं से उपचार कर बाद में उसे खाद में परिवर्तित किया जाता है। 10 से 15 किलोमीटर के गांवों को क्लस्टर बनाना शहरी ग्रामीण कन्वर्जेंस का एक आदर्श उदाहरण है। यानी शौचालय दुरुस्त तो बीमारियों से मुक्त और ODF से हमेशा का नाता। समाधान दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रहा है, एक सुनहरे और बेहतर कल के वादे के साथ।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
மன்னித்தல ஏலக்கு திரை எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக கட்டிக்கிட்டு சரி செய்யலாம், ஊர் மக்கள் தண்ணி விடுறோம் அப்படின்றதுனால காலையில் வந்து மோட்டர் ஆன் பண்ணிட்டு பவுட்ரு போடுவேன், அப்புறம் திறந்து விடுவேன், மேல் தெருக்க விடுவேன், அதுக்கப்புறமா கீழ் தெருவுக்கு திறந்து விட்டு தண்ணி குடிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னா முடியும். தண்ணி வரலன்னு மோட்டர் ஏன் தண்ணி விடலன்னு கேட்பாங்க, ரிப்பேராக இருக்குது அதனால வீட்டில் சரி பண்ணி விடுறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கிளர்க்கு பஞ்சாயத்து கிளர்க்கு எடுத்து சொல்லிடுவோம். நிறைய செலவுனாக்கா அவர்கிட்ட சொல்லிடுவோம். ஒரு 500, 200, 300னா நான் பண்ணிட்டு அவர்கிட்ட காசு வாங்கிக்குவோம். தொடர்ந்து பண்ணலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பொதுமக்களுக்காக நிறைய வேலை செய்யணும் பெண்கள் எல்லாம் அப்படின்னு.
क्या आप जानते हैं कि हमारे देश के गांव में जितने पानी का इस्तेमाल होता है उसका लगभग 65 से 70% पानी गंदले जल में बदल जाता है। इसे हम ग्रे वाटर कहते हैं। ये हमारे घरों में इस्तेमाल किया हुआ पानी होता है, जो खास तौर से हमारे घर की रसोई और स्नान घर से निकलता है। इसमें कपड़े धोने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया पानी भी शामिल है। इसे रोकने के लिए इस ग्रे वाटर का उचित प्रबंधन किया जाना चाहिए। जैसे पानी का इस्तेमाल हम भूजल के स्तर को बढ़ाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। ट्रीटेड यानी उपचारित ग्रे वाटर का इस्तेमाल हम फल और सब्जी के बगीचों, खेती और बाकी कामों जैसे वाहनों को धोने के लिए भी कर सकते हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण देश के गांव में ग्रे वाटर के उचित प्रबंधन के साथ साथ ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन और गांव को ODF+ और स्वच्छ गांव बनाने के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। बड़े गांव में मतलब जिसकी आबादी 5000 से अधिक है, वहां सामुदायिक स्तर पर गंदला जल या ग्रे वाटर उपचार तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। इसमें गांव में पक्के या ढके हुए नालियां, छोटे बोर पाइप प्रणाली अपनाई जा सकती है। हम मिट्टी की स्थिति और बनावट यानी संरचना के आधार पर सामुदायिक लिच पिट, वेस्ट स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉन्ड यानी WSP और अन्य गंदला जल उपचार प्रणाली जैसे फाइटोरेड आदि का इस्तेमाल भी कर सकते हैं। छोटे गांव में तो सोक पिट या लिच पिट या मैजिक पिट और घर के बगीचे आदि में गंदले जल का उपचार या प्रबंधन किया जा सकता है। और इस तरह ठोस कचरे और ग्रे वाटर के सही प्रबंधन के बाद हम लोग अपने गांव को ODF+ बनाने का लक्ष्य भी हासिल कर सकेंगे। बापू ने कहा था कि भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, इसलिए अपने गांव को तो स्वच्छ रखना ही चाहिए। तो गंदले जल के कारगर प्रबंधन के लिए ये सारे तकनीक अपनाइए। इन समाधानों से हम सबको सुरक्षित और उपचारित पानी मिलेगा, जिसका उपयोग हम सभी अलग अलग कामों के लिए कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब गांव होगा स्वच्छ तो गांव की होगी तरक्की, लोग रहेंगे निरोग तो होंगे खुशहाल। और यही तो है ODF+ गांव की पहचान।
जल जीवन मिशन, जल शक्ति मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
भाइयों बहनों, मैंने पिछली बार यहां पर जल जीवन मिशन की घोषणा की थी। आज उसको 1 साल हो रहा है। मैं आज गर्व से कह सकता हूं कि जो हमने सपना लिया है कि पीने का शुद्ध जल, नल से जल हमारे देशवासियों को मिलना चाहिए। स्वास्थ्य की समस्याओं का समाधान भी शुद्ध पीने के जल से जुड़ा हुआ होता है। अर्थव्यवस्था में भी उसका बहुत बड़ा योगदान होता है और उसको लेकर के जल जीवन मिशन शुरू किया। आज मुझे संतोष है कि प्रतिदिन हम 1 लाख से ज्यादा घरों में, हर दिन 1 लाख से ज्यादा घरों में जल पहुंचा रहे हैं, पाइप से जल पहुंचा रहे हैं। और पिछले 1 साल में 2 करोड़ परिवारों तक हम जल पहुंचाने में यशस्वी हुए हैं। और विशेष करके जंगलों में दूर दूर रहने वाले हमारे आदिवासियों के घरों तक ये पहुंचाने का काम, बड़ा अभियान चला है। और मुझे खुशी है कि आज जल जीवन मिशन ने देश में एक तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा का माहौल बनाया है। जिले जिले के बीच में तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा हो रही है, नगर नगर के बीच में तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा हो रही है, राज्य राज्य के बीच में तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा हो रही है। हर किसी को लग रहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री का जल जीवन मिशन का जो सपना है उसको हम जल्दी से जल्दी अपने क्षेत्र में पूरा करेंगे। कोऑपरेटिव कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म को एक नई ताकत इस जल जीवन मिशन के साथ जुड़ गई है और उसके साथ भी हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶಿಲ್ಪಾ ಕೌಲೂರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿವಾಜಿನಗರ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 4 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ। ಈ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗೆ ಒಟ್ಟು 4 ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾವೆ। ಒಂದು ಶಿವಾಜಿನಗರ, ಅತ್ತಿಕಟ್ಟಿ, ದಿಂಡೂರು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಿಂಟ್ರಾಯನಕೆರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ। ದಿಂಡೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 1135 ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್। ಒಟ್ಟು ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳು 305 ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳು ಇದೆ ಸರ್।
ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಕೊಡಪಾನ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಹೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಮೊದಲು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ 2-3 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ವಿ। ನೀರು ಭಾಳ 1 ತಾಸು ಬೇಕ್ರಿ, 1 ಕೊಡ ನೀರು ತೊಂಬರಾಕ 1 ತಾಸು। ನೀರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಂಗಾರ, ಅದು ಜಳಕ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸದ್ಗಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಮೊದ್ಲು।
ಇಲ್ಲಿ DBOT ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತುಂಗಭದ್ರಾ ನದಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಪೈಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಜೋಡಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರನ್ನ ಸರಬರಾಜು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್।
ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಪ್ರತಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ ನೀರನ್ನ ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸುವ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ। ಹರ್ ಘರ್ ಜಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೋ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಾಲಾ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮೂಲಕ ತಲುಪಿಸುವುದು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ।
ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ನಾಳ ಮಾಡಿವಪ್ಪ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ನೀರಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತೈತಿ। JJ ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ಸ್ಯಾರ ಸರ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್।
ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗಳು ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ, ನಿಮ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಮಿತವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಬೇಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯುತವಾಗಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸಿದ್ವಿ ಸರ್।
ಇಲ್ಲಿ 37.5 ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, 37.5 ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ 15% ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ನ 15ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಯೋಜನೆಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು 10% ಸಮುದಾಯ ವಂತಿಕೆ ಅಂತೂ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಬಂದು ಶೇರ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು।
ದಿಂಡೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 305 ಮನೆಗಳಿವೆ। 305 ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ। ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರು ಸೌಲಭ್ಯವನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಒದಗಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ।
ಈಗಾಗಲೇನು ಆ ಏನು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಯಾವ ಬಂದು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಇದೆ। ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಬಂದು ಅವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಶುದ್ಧದ ಪರಿಣಾಮನ ಬಂದು ಅವರು ಅಳತೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ। ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇನು ಬಂದು ನಾವು ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಿಟ್ಸ್ FTK ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿನ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ಶೂರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ।
ಮತ್ ನಮ್ಗ ಈಗ ಅಡ್ಡಾಡಕ್ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ರಿ, ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ನೀರಾಗೈತಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ ನಾವು। ಈಗ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಈಗ ಬೇಕಾದಂಗ ಐತಿ ನೀರು, ಭಾಳ ಚಲೋ ಐತಿ। ಮೊದ್ಲು ಏನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಳ ಬಂದ್ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚಲೋ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन, जल जीवन मिशन।
साथियों, कुपोषण के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई में भी पानी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। हर घर जल पहुंचेगा तो बच्चों का स्वास्थ्य भी सुधरेगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
जब पानी लेने गई थी तो मेरा चप्पल भी टूट गया और सर पे रखी थी डब्बा पानी का घड़ा तो और बाल्टी भी रखी थी। जब मेरा चप्पल टूटा तो रोने लगी थी मैं कि मेरे पापा लोग मेरे को कहाँ दे दिए हैं, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा था।
फिर दोबारा लौट के आए तब फिर शादी हुई, तब फिर ओखर बाद फिर दूसरा साल में ये पानी फिर आया है यहाँ।
पानी की कठिनाई क्या होती है, पानी का मूल्य क्या होता है, पानी की आवश्यकता कैसे सुविधा और संकट दोनों लाती है, इस बात को हमारी माताएं बहनें जितना समझती हैं शायद ही कोई समझता है।
पहले हम लोग 1 किलोमीटर दूर चल के पानी लाते थे, अब पढ़ाई के लिए ज़्यादा टाइम मिलेगा। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ।
पहले हम यहाँ पानी की कमी होती रही तो हम आधे किलोमीटर पानी के लिए जाते थे, लेकिन अब पानी की सुविधा आ गई है तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है।
अब हो गया, घर में आ गए माँ जी, अब घर भी पूजा कर सकते हैं। रोज आ रहा है हमारे यहाँ पानी, रोज आएगा, हम बहुत खुशी हो रही है। हम इतना दूर चल के जाते थे मैया जी का दर्शन करने, हम खुद दर्शन हो गए थे।
मैं चालू करके पीऊंगी पानी।
जल जीवन मिशन अब देश का एक एक जन भारत को जलयुक्त और सूखा मुक्त करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आने वाले 5 वर्ष में देश के लगभग 15 करोड़ परिवारों तक शुद्ध पीने का पानी पहुंचाने के संकल्प के लिए काम तेजी से शुरू हो चुका है। इसमें भी प्राथमिकता आकांक्षी जिलों को दी जा रही है। ये योजना ऐसी है जिसका संचालन आपको ही सबको करना है। हर गांव के लोगों ने मिलकर के करना है। सरकार पैसे आपके हाथ में दे देगी, फंड आपके हाथ में दे देगी, कहां से पाइप जाना है, कहां पानी को इकट्ठा किया जाएगा, उनका रखरखाव कैसे होगा, ये गांव के ही लोग मिलकर के तय करेंगे, हमारी बहनें उसमें भूमिका बहुत बड़ी अदा करेंगी।
जल जीवन मिशन, हर घर जल।
सारा प्लास्टिक रख लिया।
ए मोनू।
हाँ मम्मी।
अपनी ट्यूशन की किताबें तो ले जा।
अरे ये तो मैं भूल ही गया।
नेहा बेटा ये तो लेते जाओ।
ठीक है माँ। देख मैं कितना सारा प्लास्टिक ले आया। मैं भी ले आई। आजा आजा चल जल्दी। लेट हो गए। मैडम हम आ गए। मैम ये रही आपकी फीस।
शाबाश। वहाँ रहो तो बेटा।
सिक्स थ्री जा, सिक्स फोर जा, आप बताओ बेटा। गुड। सिक्स एट जा। ठीक है, आज की क्लास आप लोगों की खत्म।
साधारण से दिखने वाले प्लास्टिक कचरे में आमदनी की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। अगर इसका उचित संग्रह किया जाए तो अच्छा मूल्य मिल सकता है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के अंतर्गत देश के सभी गांव में ODF प्लस के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए ये है एक अनोखी पहल। तो आइए संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की भागीदारी में हम सब इस पहल से जुड़कर अपने गली, मोहल्ले, घर और गांव को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त बनाएं और पाएं कचरे से कंचन की सौगात।
जल जीवन मिशन।
देश में बहुत से क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जहां प्रदूषित पानी की दिक्कत है। कुछ क्षेत्रों में पानी में आर्सेनिक की मात्रा अधिक होती है। ऐसे क्षेत्रों में हर घर में पाइप से शुद्ध जल पहुंचना वहां के लोगों के जीवन को मिले सबसे बड़े आशीर्वाद की तरह है। एक समय इंसेफेलाइटिस, दिमागी बुखार से प्रभावित देश के 61 जिले में, 60 से अधिक जिले में नल कलेक्शन की संख्या सिर्फ 8 लाख थी। आज ये बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 11 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। देश को जो जिले विकास की दौड़ में सबसे पीछे रह गए थे, जिन जिलों में विकास की एक अभूतपूर्व आकांक्षा है, वहां प्राथमिकता के आधार पर हर घर जल पहुंचाया जा रहा है। आकांक्षी जिलों में अब नल कनेक्शन की संख्या 31 लाख से बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 16 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
हर घर तक शुद्ध जल पाइप से पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। मिशन का लोगो निरंतर इस बात की प्रेरणा देगा कि पानी की एक एक बूंद को बचाना आवश्यक है। वहीं ये मार्गदर्शिका गांव के लोगों ग्राम पंचायत के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी है जितनी सरकारी मशीनरी के लिए आवश्यक है। ये परियोजना की सफलता सुनिश्चित करने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। साथियों, आज जिस पुस्तक का विमोचन हुआ है उसमें भी विस्तार से ये बताया गया है कि गंगा किस तरह हमारे सांस्कृतिक वैभव, आस्था और विरासत तीनों का ही बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। गांवों में, पहाड़ों में जहां आना जाना तब मुश्किल हो, वहां पीने के पानी का इंतजाम करने में सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को उठानी पड़ती थी, पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती थी। इन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए देश की पानी से जुड़ी सारी चुनौतियों पर एक साथ ऊर्जा लगाने के लिए ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया। मुझे खुशी है कि बहुत ही कम समय में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेजी से काम संभालना शुरू कर दिया। पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के साथ साथ अब यह मंत्रालय देश के गांवों में हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के मिशन में जुटा हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर दिन करीब करीब 1 लाख परिवारों को शुद्ध पेयजल की सुविधा से जोड़ा जा रहा है। सिर्फ 1 साल में ही देश के 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। यहां उत्तराखंड में तो त्रिवेंद्र जी और उनकी टीम ने एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए सिर्फ 1 रुपये में पानी का कनेक्शन देने का बीड़ा उठाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि उत्तराखंड सरकार ने साल 2022 तक ही राज्य के हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। कोरोना के इस कालखंड में भी उत्तराखंड में बीते 4-5 महीने में 50,000 से अधिक परिवारों को पानी के कनेक्शन दिए जा चुके हैं। ये उत्तराखंड सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता को दिखाता है, कमिटमेंट को दिखाता है।
Shekhawat is here, and also the Honorable Minister of Karnataka, Dr. Swachh Bharat, and a host of dignitaries are already come. I would request everyone to kindly take their seats. In a short while from now, we are expecting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Baswaraj Bommai. I could see a lot of delegates standing at the back. Please make yourselves comfortable and take your seats. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಆಗಮಿಸುವ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ.
So nowadays you are looking after higher education, ITBT, livelihood, and skill development. Oh, very important industry. हाँ ये बम्बई साहब I've just arrived.
The Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Baswaraj Bommai, has arrived.
Oh my God, it's an agency. Thank you. एजेंसी की मध्य प्रदेश मंत्री हैं अपनी पार्टी का। आइए।
नमस्कार। Well, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day in the history of Karnataka, which indeed is a pioneer state in terms of implementation of the schemes of government of India in various sectors. And today, this is the regional conference of states and union territories on Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat Mission. The South Indian States Regional Conference is being held here in Bengaluru. the IT city, BT city, technological capital of India, and of course now transforming itself into the capital in various sectors, the startup and so on. It's indeed gratifying to note the arrival of dignitaries, the Honorable Union Minister from Government of India, and also delegates from Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Lakshadweep, and Puducherry. On behalf of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department, Government of Karnataka, I am Shankar Prakash, extending a very warm welcome to all of you. Very hearty welcome to all the delegates. At the outset, I would request the Principal Secretary, RDNPR, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Government of Karnataka, Shri L.K. Atik, for the opening remarks. In fact, the formal welcome address. Shri Atik.
Good morning to all of you. Dear esteemed dignitaries, delegates to the Regional Conference of States and Union Territories on Jaljeevan Mission and the Swachh Bharat Grameen. Very good morning to you. For this very important regional conference, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Basuraj S. Bommai, has accepted our invitation and he is here to grace the occasion. On behalf of the Government of India and the State Government, sir, I welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Basuraj Bommai. Union Minister, Honorable Union Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, would preside over this conference. He has come here and he is gracing the occasion. I would, on behalf of Government of Karnataka, sir, I welcome Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti.
I know. Thank you. अरे वाह थैंक यू
Ashok Dharan, Honorable Minister for Higher Education and Minister for Information and Technology is also here with us. Welcome you. On behalf of the Government of Karnataka Road Development Department, sir, I welcome you to this. Jajendra Singh Yadav, Honorable Minister for Public Health Engineering, Government of Madhya Pradesh, is also with us. I heartily welcome him for this. Shiro A.K. Science, Saranal Kumar, Honorable Minister for Consumer Affairs and Supplies, Government of Puducherry, is also with us. Government of India and State Government. I welcome. Shri Pedireddy Ramachandra Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh, is also with us. I welcome him to this meeting.
Sir, can you please go to the back side?
Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary, Drinking Water, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Jal Shakti Ministry, he is also with us. On behalf of the Government of Karnataka, I welcome you, ma'am. Shri Malay Srivastava, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Public Health Engineering Department, is also with us. I welcome him to this meeting. Shri Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary and Mission Director of Jaljeevan Mission, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, is with us. I heartily welcome Shri Arun Baroka. Shrimati Vandita Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary and Development Commissioner of Government of Karnataka. She is also the Chairperson of the Apex Committee of Jaljeevan Mission. I heartily welcome her for this meeting. Shri Gopal Krishna Dwivedi, Principal Secretary, Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh, I welcome you, sir. Srimati P. Amoda, Principal Secretary, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Government of Tamil Nadu, she is here, I welcome her. Shri Shivdas Meena, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Rural Development Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, is also here, I will welcome her. This very important regional conference, the delegates from Government of Kerala are also here. I welcome them. I welcome all the delegates who have come from all the South Indian states and Government of Madhya Pradesh for this very important regional conference. I welcome the officers of Government of Karnataka who are here. I welcome the officers of the Ministry of Jal Jeevan, the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, who have been behind the scene organizing this very important regional conference. I welcome all of them. I welcome members of media, and I request the Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Union Minister to take this agenda forward.
Thank you, Shri Jaljeevan, the Additional Chief Secretary. Congratulations for that, sir, and thank you. I will now request the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka and the Honorable Union Minister to kindly water the plant and then start today's conference with the environment friendly by watering this plant, signaling the beginning of a new era in the Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat mission has attracted the attention all over the world. Jal Jeevan Mission is empowering the citizens of India in general and the citizens of the rural India in particular. Both Jal Jeevan Mission and the Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen. And this is a very important step, and in terms of the regional conference, the second conference is being held here in Bengaluru. We have representations from different southern states: Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Lakshadweep, and Puducherry. We would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister and the Honorable Union Minister. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. Nini Mahajan, the Secretary, DWS Ministry of Jal Shakti, for our opening remarks. Incidentally, she is the first lady Chief Secretary from the Punjab cadre. Now she is serving as the Secretary in the Ministry of India. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, and the ministers and officers, thank you so much for organizing this regional conference of South Indian states, including Madhya Pradesh, here today, sir. Honorable ministers from the states of Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Puducherry, my colleagues from various states, from the departments of PHAD, Rural Development and Jaljeevan and associated departments, Honorable Union Minister Shekhavat Saab and my colleagues. Shekhavat Saab has been leading this charge of holding discussions in each region so that we are able to freely and frankly discuss the issues around the two most important ambitions of the country. Globally recognized as basic human rights, provision of drinking water and sanitation to the people, but India has taken this as a unique challenge. And sir, as we all know, we are halfway mark today, both in the Jaljeevan Mission and the Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen phase 2. And just as this bottle of water in front of us, if it is half full, we can see it as half full or we can see it as half empty. So too our status in both these programs today. The bottle is indeed half empty because there are very serious concerns that we have with regard to the pace, progress of implementation in relation to the mandate given to us by the Honorable Prime Minister, which is to complete these works in a time-bound manner within 2024 and with quality, with community engagement, and make sure that we achieve to the satisfaction of our rural populations. We have not been able to progress as much as the states had expected to. We have not been able to utilize as much money as we had hoped to. But on the positive side, we know that the leadership of all the states and of the Union Government, of course, is fully charged We know that the officers and the administration in the states are also now fully cognizant of the issues and are totally in control in some sense. We are very hopeful that with the combined efforts of the union government and the state governments, such as all of those present here today, we will be able to achieve our ambition. And in particular, in the coming financial year, 2022-23, which will be a very critical year for us to progress, because we are at very advanced stages of planning and implementation. We must complete the planning processes, begin implementation, progress well on implementation, ensure quality, ensure that the projects and programs bring us credit both to the states and to the center, and achieve satisfaction levels and results. With these words, I request the Honorable Chief Minister now and the program to proceed, but with this expectation, with this request and hope that today's deliberations going forward through the whole day will help us discuss and achieve resolution to issues, and also give a clear roadmap and guidance and a fresh commitment and resolve to achieve the ambitions that we have for ourselves and for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan, for this opening remarks. A sincere request to the friends from the media to kindly kneel down or kindly clear the way. People at the back can't see the delegations. Please don't mind, friends from the media, kindly clear the way. Yeah, so they will try to I have requested the Honorable Chief Minister.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ರೀಫಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, sir. After those inspiring opening remarks, it's my duty now to request the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka.
हम मीडिया के दोस्तों से बाद में बात करेंगे. We'll organize a proper press conference which is scheduled. We'll sit together with all the ministers and we'll brief the media what about the meeting.
ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹಾಕೊಡಿ, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬೇಡ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ವಿಚಾರ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ.
I will now request the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Swachh Bharat, for the inaugurations.
आपके मीडिया से
इवेंट
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ, ಮಧ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಪುದುಚೇರಿ, Kerala, all the honorable dignitaries who have come from all the states, I welcome wholeheartedly to Karnataka and to Bangalore. Jal Shakti Minister and who is on the mission mode to see that Jaljeevan Mission is accomplished at any cost in the given targeted year. Sri Shekhavji, our Minister for Higher Education and TBT, Sri Ashwanaji, and all the ministers from various states, dignitaries. At the outset, I welcome the wholehearted effort by our Honorable Minister Shakti to pursue a very, very challenging task which has been set by another challenging leader, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is important to note that in spite of 75 years of independence, there is no proper piped water supply in the areas, in most of the towns also. There are 101 schemes, not that the schemes are not done. There are 101 schemes. And more than the schemes, there are 1,001 accounts, head of accounts. The whole water management has to be revisited. It is in shambles. I have worked as 5 years for our resource minister of the state, so I know the real conditions. Therefore, what I want to emphasize here is that our Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first leader. Try to understand, he is the first leader who has taken head on this problem, which no other leader has tried to do it comprehensively. Everything was bits and pieces. He is the first Prime Minister who has taken it head on to solve this problem, at least to solve it during his time. That's why he has put the whole Jaljeevan Mission into a mission mode. It is not a program. It is not a program of Government of India or any state. It's a mission. I think everybody in this hall have got a greater responsibility to understand this and carry forward. Once you understand it's a mission mode way of working is totally different from program implementation. Program implementation has got its own natural process, slow process, and it has got very less trickling down effect. Whereas mission mode, from top to bottom, to the last person who is in need of water, to planners, strategists, financiers, ministers, chief ministers, central ministers, we have got an enormous responsibility. And to make it happen, it is the official level has to take it in a mission mode. Next thing what I want to say is that it's a challenging task. It's not that easy. A lot of fundamentals are not understood as far as water is concerned throughout the world, not only India. The question number one is, water belongs to whom? Water belongs to the state, water belongs to the community, water belongs to the locality, or water belongs to the individual. There are a lot of confusions and questions are not answered. Ultimately, everybody has to arrive that water belongs to the state. Then only we can have a equitable distribution of water. If you go into a narrow method and say that water belongs to individual, you know how individuals we are. And community also how community we are. And localized also how we are. So we have to have some clarity. Number two, is water problem a global problem or a local problem? Everyone should understand that water problem is both local and global. The countries which were green as far as water is concerned are turning into yellow. India is one of them. Internationally. And international water distribution, international waterways have met a lot of obstacles. But hitherto, whatever the water generated in our country, in our state, how well we are utilizing, that's a local problem. So we have to deal with first a local problem, and then there are people who can deal with global also. The next question is water tradable? In a developing country like us, where the society is divided into different economic strata, we got different economic strata. Very poor, poor, backward, very backward, so on and so forth. I don't want to elaborate on that. This being the case, is water trading affordable? The question is no. Now who has to do it? It is the government and it is the society. Together has to do it. The fourth one is water problem is dynamic or static? चलो एक स्कीम बना दिया, वाटर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया उस एरिया का, ऐसा है आपके एक्सपीरियंस में? ऐसा नहीं है। वाटर सोर्स कभी भी ज़्यादा कम हो सकता है, आपका सप्लाई में भी कुछ कमियां आ सकती है, आपका कैपेसिटी में भी कमी आ सकती है। एंड वाटर सप्लाई डिपेंड्स ऑन नॉट ओनली योर वाटर, योर पाइप, it also supplies on so many machineries, electricity, so on and so forth. So water problem is a dynamic problem. Let us understand. And we have to continuously monitor it and continuously see that our all works are put well in place and a better planning is done and a futuristic planning is also done. I'm sorry, because I'm a waterman, I got emotional and I have to say this. Some things you might know it, but still I feel I should tell what I feel. Having said all these fundamentals, I want each one of us to dedicate to solve this one major problem, which is a fundamental need for human beings. The source is very important. Harnessing the source is very important. So a lot of back-end work has to be done to harness the source. And it is very difficult. And second is coordination of different stakeholders for water is very important. Water is used for everything. Water is for irrigation, agriculture, for industries, for sustainable livelihood. For some, it's a religion. So, emotional quotient is also there in water. And the last and the least, which is most unaffordable, is water has become political. And sometimes I feel, I wonder. And Sarji, I have discussed with you, our Interstate Water Dispute Act has to be totally amended. The name itself says Interstate Water Dispute Act. It creates more disputes than solving disputes. So we need correction in our law so that more water is available for different people instead of narrow political consideration. A river basin management is the only answer for that. The second one, what we need to do is, irrigation is the highest consumption of water. So we have to bring in very high quality efficiency in irrigation. A lot of water is being really misutilized in irrigation. Our canal carrying capacity at the national level, it is not more than 45%. So there is a gap of almost 55% in our canal carrying capacity. So once we improve all these things, then there will be more water available. Second one is the water is misutilized so much that there is water locking in most of the areas. In Karnataka, we have found more than 4 lakhs acres of land where water is locked and the land is also locked. A irrigation schemed land has become non-agreeable because water is locked, it is not allowed to move. Now we have taken in the mission mode and we have removed 2.3 lakhs already and we are going to remove others. Now I am getting 20 TMC of water. And 20 TMC of water for a drinking water is very, very big size. So we have got a lot of things within our sources and harnessing of sources. So we have to have that kind of a plan, integrated planning. Second is watershed programs. The watershed programs which keep the water streams alive have, in fact, because of the wrong planning, they have become a stumbling block in flow of waters. And I am sorry, most of people might not agree with me with this, which I am going to say now, but it's a hard fact, it's a science. What we all say is that the water goes waste to the sea. You tell me what we have learned during our childhood. Water cycle. The water which comes in the rain has to go to the streams, to the rivers, to the sea. Then it comes up. The sea water is high density water, salt water, saline water. It can't be evaporated easily. So minimum 30 to 40% of the sweet water joins the sea. Then it takes up another 60% of salt water, goes up and there will be rains all over. So these simple facts has to be known for all the planners, basically. See, the environmental challenge is the next one. Sir, if you study the rivers, most of the rivers now are not, they have become seasonal rivers. Perennial rivers are no more there. They have become seasonal rivers. And the worst part is, most of the rivers are not reaching the mouth of the sea. They get dried up in midway. So, these are the challenges. Because once source is there, then other things can be done. Now, having talked that, I will come to Karnataka. Sir, as you know, we had a challenges 19, 20, 21. I agree that we were not up to the mark. But this year we have picked up. And I know that it is not to your satisfaction. But I assure you that whatever backlog is there, we have tried to make it up this year and next year we will do it further better. There are total rural household 97.91. Coverage we tapped at the beginning of the mission was 25 lakhs. Target of 21-22 was 25 lakhs. Achievement is 18 lakhs. The next thing will be achieved in only few months. And total achievement since JJM has been launched is 22 lakhs. Total coverage is 46.2 lakhs. Remaining 50 lakhs has to be covered, and the target what we have set is 25 lakhs next year and 25 lakhs household in the year next. And we have provided enough funds for this in our budget. Only thing is, as we have discussed, there are some glitches in implementing the whole thing, and now most of the roadblocks have been removed. We will see that they are done in the mission mode, and I am supervising this personally and see that the targets are reached, I assure you. And your consistent pressure, so-called the pressure which you put is driving us, and in today's meeting, calling all the southern states and including Madhya Pradesh, I think we have got a strong message here, and all the southern states will strive to see that the whole mission is met in the targeted time, and I assure from Government of Karnataka that the speed will be increased, and the first target of 25 lakhs will be reached in next 2-3 months, because they are in all the finance stages. And next year target 100% we are going to reach, because we already planned for it early, and we will see that. The only thing is we request you to see that 23-24 is given to us, so that we complete the whole mission. And I take it personally on me and see that the targets are met. And I welcome once again all the delegates from all different states. And water is essential, and it is essential for the government to give water to the people. We will strive for it. All of us together will do it. And as far as water is concerned, I think we should have some unanimity for drinking water at least, so that a sustainable livelihood is achieved by sustainable supply of water. And that is the mission of JJM, which our Honorable Prime Minister is very, very eager to see that this is implemented. And that challenge, what he has said to us, we will sincerely see that it is implemented. And I seek your cooperation, sir, and I seek your guidance also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Minister for Water Resources, Karnataka Government of Karnataka.
As far as Karnataka is concerned, we are coming out with the integrated approach of water management, where different irrigation, drinking water, industries are all integrated, so that the best infrastructure of different sectors are used to see that ultimately drinking water reaches. And sir, I am going to present you the plan within by end of this month.
Thank you. आपको निकलना है? हमारे तो 3-4 घंटे का बात है, चलता रहेगा।
Then I will.
हाँ, आपको।
I welcome Shri Govind Kanpur for this meeting, and I welcome Shri Shravan Kumar from Puducherry, Honorable Minister for Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you. I have seek the permission of Honorable Minister, and I seek the permission of his house to leave, because I have got further engagements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister. Swachh Bharat was called upon to understand the importance of water, and as assured the Union Government that Karnataka will spearhead it more onto the front. That's all. Once again, give a round of applause and thank the Honorable Chief Minister. Receive the felicitation from AJS IJS Around Kumar, Minister of Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, DRDA Community Development, Urban Basic Services, Fire Services and Minority Affairs of Puducherry. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Minister Jal Shakti,
कजल साहब कैसे हैं आप?
has been spearheading the
कैसे हैं आप?
Jal Mission.
आओ यहाँ जाओ।
Jal Shakti Mission, and is now being facilitated by Shri Govind Kanpur, the Honorable Minister Government of Karnataka, and also by Dr. Sanitation Sector. Aditi Devo Bhava, welcoming the Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti Shri Jaljeevan Mission. On behalf of all of us, it's my privilege to request the Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti to kindly address all of us through his keynote address.
अभी एक काम पूरा हो जाएगा।
After accepting the felicitations from different states, representatives, delegates from southern India.
चलो 1 minute sir. 1 minute more. is our colleague. He's a good friend of mine.
MP.
Yeah.
Our party parliamentary leader.
Here. Apart from that, he's a wonderful human. Very sincere.
I will now request the Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti, Shri Jaljeevan Mission to address office. Over to you, sir.
धन्यवाद. दक्षिणी राज्यों की जल जीवन मिशन की समीक्षा के लिए, क्योंकि जल जीवन मिशन और स्वच्छ भारत मिशन दोनों ही कार्यक्रम अब अपना आधा रास्ता तय कर चुके हैं. वी हैव ट्रैवल्ड हाफ वे डाउन. आयोजित आज मीटिंग में उपस्थित कर्नाटका, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी, इन सब राज्यों के मंत्रीगण, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ऑफ द यूनियन टेरिटरी ऑफ लक्षद्वीप, इस मीटिंग में उपस्थित सेक्रेटरी जल शक्ति मंत्रालय भारत सरकार आदरणीय विनी महाजन जी, मिशन डायरेक्टर अरुण बरोका जी, senior officers of the various states looking after drinking water and sanitation, additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries, mission directors, chief engineers and other senior officers. मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं, आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं और मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं आप सबका कि इस अभियान, इस मिशन की महत्ता को समझते हुए आप सब लोगों ने आज इस एक दिन के कार्यक्रम में, एक दिन की रिव्यू मीटिंग में आना सुनिश्चित किया है. मित्रों, हम सब जानते हैं कि सामान्य मानवीय के जीवन में परिवर्तन लाना और उसे बराबरी के हक पर लाना, बराबरी के स्तर तक लाना, टू प्रिजर्व द गैप बिटवीन द लिविंग ऑफ अर्बन एंड द रूरल. For last 7 years, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji have taken so many initiatives. I don't want to go into detail, पर उन्होंने लोगों के जीवन में परिवर्तन लाने के लिए जो कदम उठाए, यदि मैं बाकी सबको छोड़ करके केवल स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की चर्चा करूं, SDG 6 की बात करते हुए, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल डिसाइड करते हुए यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने जो दुनिया भर में 100 करोड़ लोग ओपन डेफिकेशन के लिए अभिशप्त थे और उसमें से 60 करोड़ लोग अपने देश भारत में थे, उस लक्ष्य को पूरा करने के लिए 2030 तक की टाइमलाइन तय की थी. दैट sanitation for all is to be given by 2030. 2014 में जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने लाल किले पे खड़े होकर के ये कहा था कि हम 2019 तक इसको पूरा करेंगे, शायद देश में और दुनिया में किसी ने इस पर विश्वास नहीं किया था, लेकिन सभी राज्यों ने जिस तरह से सकारात्मक सहयोग किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने खुद आगे बढ़ करके सैनिटेशन प्रोग्राम को लीड किया, राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री साथ जुड़े, सभी अधिकारी सब स्तर पर साथ जुड़े, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट्स ने, यंग ऑफिसर्स ने अपनी भूमिकाओं को निभाया और वहां से लेकर के सभी जो है पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, राइट अप टू द गांव में वार्ड पंच के तक के लोगों से लेकर के स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले छोटे छोटे बच्चे जब इस पूरे अभियान में इन्वॉल्व हुए एंड इट बिकेम ए पीपल्स मूवमेंट, और जब जन आंदोलन बना तो देश ने जो लक्ष्य दुनिया ने भारत के लिए 2030 को रखा था वो हमने 2019 में प्राप्त किया. ठीक उसी के क्रम में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2019 में देश के हर एक घर में पीने का स्वच्छ पानी मिले और फंक्शनल हाउस होल्ड टैप कनेक्शन हो, इसको इंश्योर करने के लिए मिशन मोड में जल जीवन मिशन की कल्पना देश के सामने रखी. अभी जैसा ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे पिछले 70 साल में देश की सरकारों ने विभिन्न योजनाओं के माध्यम से, चाहे वो NRDP WP प्रोग्राम होगा या उससे पहले के प्रोग्राम होंगे, स्वजल योजना प्रोग्राम होगा, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने जो एफर्ट्स अपनी तरफ से किए होंगे, लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स ने भी अपने अपनी तरह से कुछ एफर्ट्स किए होंगे, लेकिन उनके बावजूद भी देश में केवल 17% घरों तक ही गांव में, ग्रामीण भारत में पीने का पानी घर तक पहुंचता था। 4.5 साल का लगभग समय जिस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हम चले थे, बहुत बड़ी चुनौती दिखाई देती थी। और उसके बाद में विभिन्न तरह की भौगोलिक परिस्थितियां, देश के अलग अलग राज्यों की डिफरेंट स्केल ऑफ प्रिपेयर्डनेस एंड डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ जियोग्राफिकल कंडीशंस, challenges within the states and different challenges in the states, और उन सब के बाद में भी हमने, एंड डेस्पाइट सेंचुरी का सबसे बड़ा पेंडेमिक होते हुए भी, उसके हर्डल्स होते हुए भी, अगर मैं पैन इंडिया पूरे देश भर की बात करूं तो हमने दिसंबर 25 जो कट ऑफ डेट थी, जिस दिन गाइडलाइन इशू हुआ था, उससे लेकर के आज तक, जब हम मार्च में बैठ करके यहां बात कर रहे हैं, लगभग इस 26-27 महीने के कालखंड में हमने 6 करोड़ के लगभग कनेक्शन देने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। दैट कवरेज विच यूज्ड टू बी 17% पैन इंडिया, इट हैज नाउ रीच्ड टू द 48% एंड मोर देन दैट। आई मस्ट कंग्रेचुलेट ऑल द स्टेट्स जिन्होंने सबने इसमें बहुत तेजी के साथ में काम किया। बट जब मैं इंडिविजुअली स्टेट्स को देखता हूं, some of the states are really doing exceptionally good. Haryana has done 100%. Telangana claims that they have also done 100%. Goa have reached to the 100% status. 3 of our union territories have also reached to the status of 100%, and many of the states are about to reach the status of 100%. The Punjab is on the verge of reaching that target. Other states are also, some of the states like Himachal Pradesh, Bihar, Gujarat, they are also marching rapidly to achieve the target which was set, and that too much prior to the date which was decided for the country. But still some of the states, I don't want to name the states, we will review that every state by state, the figures will be there, and you people, since you are heading the mission in your states, you all are aware that some of the states are really having still needs to introspect and increase the speed and the scale of the work, looking towards the dynamics and importance of the mission. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का थ्रस्ट इस पर लेकर के कंटिन्यूअस रहा है, और एक जो गवर्निंग प्रिंसिपल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश में नए तरीके से दिया। अब से पहले भी देश में स्कीम्स बनती थी, शायद एलिजिबिलिटी के बेस पर होती थी, पिक एंड चूज करते थे, कहीं काम करते थे, कहीं छोड़ते थे, गांव में कुछ लोगों को कनेक्शन मिलता था, कुछ को नहीं मिलता था। उन सब के क्या राजनीतिक कारण थे मैं उसमें यहां नहीं जाना चाहता, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नया फलसफा, एक न्यू फिलॉसफी वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन द कंट्री, दैट नो वन इज लेफ्ट आउट, नो सिटीजन इज लेफ्ट आउट, 100% coverage, whatever we'll do for the 100% eligible citizens of the country, चाहे वो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर हो, चाहे फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन हो, चाहे हाउसिंग फॉर ऑल हो, चाहे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फॉर ऑल हो, और इस तरह की सारी स्कीम्स को इसी तरह से इसी तर्ज पर पूरा किया गया। और इसके कारण से निश्चित रूप से पूरी दुनिया में आज हम सम्मान के साथ में खड़े होकर के कह सकते हैं कि जो टारगेट दुनिया हमारे लिए तय कर रही थी, हम उनसे बहुत आगे बढ़ करके उन टारगेट्स को पूरा करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन जब लॉन्च किया गया था, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के बारे में मैं बाद में चर्चा करूंगा, लेकिन जल जीवन मिशन जब लॉन्च किया गया था, 3,60,000 करोड़, ऑलमोस्ट $50 billion, वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट ड्रिंकिंग वाटर प्रोग्राम इट वाज। अगर मैं ईयर बाय ईयर एलोकेशन की भी बात करूं और केवल जिन स्टेट्स के बारे में आज हम यहां बैठ के चर्चा कर रहे हैं केवल उनकी बात करूं, the total allocation for the states which are present here today in this meeting, the allocation last year was more than 20,400 crores. Honorable Prime Minister have revised the dates for the budget, union budget, so that states also can prepone the budget dates and implement the budgets in better manner. क्योंकि पहले जो बजट आता था 3 महीने के बजट जब तक पास होते थे तब तक मानसून सीजन आ जाता था और 3 महीने डिले धरातल पर उतरने में हो जाता था. सो हमको बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटीज काम करने की, इंप्लीमेंट करने की मिले, ऐसा सोच करके उन्होंने बजट को प्रीपोन किया. आज जब हम मार्च के महीने में बैठ करके बात कर रहे हैं, देश का बजट आ गया है. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ द स्टेट्स उनका बजट सेशन या तो हो गया है, बजट इंट्रोड्यूस हो गए. आखिर कर्नाटका का भी कल हो गया है. अतीक साहब हो गया ना कल. बट सम ऑफ द स्टेट्स जिनका शायद अगले 1-2 दिन में होने वाला होगा. और ये बजट का जो साल है 31 मार्च को इस महीने में पूरा होने वाला है. तब उस 20,400 करोड़ रुपए का जो एलोकेशन था उसके अगेंस्ट में एक्सपेंडिचर जो है इन सारे स्टेट्स जो यहां आज बैठे हैं उनका एक्सपेंडिचर एज ऑन डेट इट इज एज लो एज 4,120 करोड़. ओनली 20% ऑफ द एलोकेशन वो खर्च कर पाए. देखिए, अब तक सरकारों में यह चर्चा होती थी कि धन की कमी है इसलिए काम नहीं हो पाया. मुझे कोई कारण समझ में नहीं आता कि राज्य सरकारों की क्या उदासीनता है कि एम्पल अमाउंट ऑफ बजट होते हुए भी हमारी राज्य सरकारें काम नहीं कर पा रही हैं. दैट टू इंजीनियरिंग डिविजन्स. जो बजट को खर्च करने के लिए में जिन लोगों को महारत हासिल होती है वो भी शायद नहीं कर पा रहे. तो ये निश्चित रूप से राज्यों में जो लोग इस विषय को लीड कर रहे हैं उनको निश्चित रूप से इस दिशा में देखने और सोचने की आवश्यकता है. अननेसेसरी मनी, सी देखिए, जो भी पैसा है, चाहे वो भारत सरकार का पैसा हो चाहे स्टेट का पैसा हो, अल्टीमेटली दैट इज अ पीपल्स मनी. वी आर द एक्सचेकर्स एंड वी हैव टू वर्क एज ए कस्टोडियन. So unnecessary that money should not be parked in the bank accounts of either in the states or in the union treasury of the union government. So we have planned in such a manner that हम जो है ट्रेंचेस में पैसा स्टेट्स को देंगे. मुझे बहुत दुख होता है जब मैं ये कहता हूं कि तमिलनाडु, आंध्र प्रदेश, कर्नाटका, पुदुचेरी, इन सब ने अब तक अपना केवल फर्स्ट ट्रेंच ही ले पाए और वो भी पूरा खर्च नहीं कर पाए. एंड दे आर ऑन द वर्ड्स. उनके सामने एक थ्रेट खड़ी है कि रिमेनिंग शेयर जो है वो अपॉर्चुनिटी वो हमेशा के लिए खो देंगे. और आने वाले 2 साल में दिस इज अ टारगेटेड प्रोग्राम एंड वी आर डूइंग इट इन मिशन मोड. सो इट हैज टू बी कंप्लीटेड. इट्स जो है December 24 the gates are going to be closed. Government of India is not going to extend the support and extend the dates to complete this program. So whatever is left out is going to become a burden for the state. और इस साल के हर एक साल का मेरा एक बजटरी प्लानिंग है, एक लिमिटेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज है. अगर इस साल आप अपना बजट नहीं ले पाएंगे तो ये मत कल्पना कीजिए कि अगले साल जो है 4th ईयर में मैं एक्यूमुलेटेड बजट सारा आपको देकर के किसी एक स्टेट को काम पूरा करा पाऊंगा. सो आपने स्टेट पर कितना बड़ा चैलेंज खड़ा होने वाला है, इसको यहां मंत्री जितने बैठे हैं उनको भी और अधिकारी जितने बैठे हैं उन सबको भी इसको निश्चित रूप से देखना चाहिए. हमारा कमिटमेंट है कि दिसंबर 24 तक हमको पूरा करना है और पूरी दुनिया इस दृष्टि में भारत की तरफ देख रही है. सो हमको ये जो है फोरगोइंग ऑफ जल जीवन मिशन फंड्स की चिंता को हम सब ने जो है स्टेट्स को बहुत गंभीरता के साथ में लेने की आवश्यकता है. 2022-23 में भी जितना बजट एलोकेशन पिछली बार हुआ था उससे कहीं ज्यादा ही बजट एलोकेशन आप सब लोगों को होने वाला है. इसलिए सभी स्टेट्स ने, आई एम सो हैप्पी टू हियर, अभी मुझे चीफ मिनिस्टर कर्नाटका कह रहे थे कि उन्होंने इस साल 7,000 करोड़ रुपए का बजटरी प्रोविजन इसके लिए किया है. आई एम नॉट श्योर अबाउट द फिगर्स बट एज ही वाज मेंशनिंग, मिस्टर अतीक विल क्लैरिफाई. सभी स्टेट्स को अपने बजट में भी अकॉर्डिंगली प्रोविजन करना ही पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज ये प्रोग्राम जो है आगे सफलतापूर्वक हम लोग नहीं बढ़ा पाएंगे. एज फार एज द डोमेन ऑफ वाटर इज कंसर्न, these 5 years are the biggest opportunity for water and sanitation both, since various windows of opportunities are available 15th Finance Commission, while declaring their allocation, they have tied up their grants to be extended to the PRIs. 30% for the water related activities and remaining 30% for the sanitation related activities. So people working in both the domains in the state governments, they must understand this, that this window of 5 years or bracket of 5 years is very critical and very important, because we have various windows and various sources to access the resources. Apart from Jal Jeevan Mission, 15th Finance Commission money, which is, if I club that entire grant for both the missions, Jal Jeevan and sanitation, for this 5 years it becomes 1,42,000 crore rupees that is available. And apart from that, for water related activities, the schemes driven by Government of India like MG Narega, in those schemes also 65% of the total allocation is tied up for NRM related activities, natural resources management related activities, and that too permits to work in the sector of water. As the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, वो जो चिंता कर रहे थे कि पानी जिस तरह से कम हो रहा है, चैलेंजेस जिस तरह से बढ़ रहे हैं तो बिकॉज ऑफ द थ्रेट्स ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज, जो हमारी चुनौतियां सामने दिखाई दे रहे हैं, हमको सोर्स स्टेबलाइजेशन is going to be very, very, very critical for the future of these missions. So these are the opportunities we can work through MG Narega also. The huge sum of amount have been given to the states through Campa, and in Campa also opportunity of to work in the water domain is also available. There is a window available for in Swachh Bharat mission also. So various components can be dovetailed together for better planning and management and holistic planning of management. Planning and management for the water and sustainability of water and the resources, so that the program which we are doing with the, as I mentioned, as the world's largest drinking water program, can become a sustainable program and it can serve for next couple of decades. Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, as I have mentioned that we have achieved, and really as a citizen of India, हम सब के लिए सम्मान का विषय कि हमने पूरी दुनिया ने हमारी तरफ सम्मान की तरह से देखा, और हम सिर उठा करके ये बात कह सकते हैं दुनिया में जाकर के कि जो 2030 में दुनिया हमसे अपेक्षा करती थी उसको हमने 2019 में पूरा किया. लेकिन आपको, हम सबको एक विषय को समझना पड़ेगा, वो टारगेट पूरा करके और हम खुश हो जाते, केवल उसी की चर्चा करते, वहां तक रुकना भारत का और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री को स्वीकार नहीं था. उन्होंने कहा कि हम इससे आगे बढ़कर गए. दिस वॉज नॉट ए टारगेट, दिस वॉज ए लैंडिंग फॉर अस, and from here we will proceed to achieve further complete sanitation. And then he has given the philosophy, the concept of ODF plus. अगर मैं ODF plus की बात करता हूं, उसके लिए भी डिफरेंट तरह की अपॉर्चुनिटीज जिस तरह की हमारे पास हैं, और हमने जिस तरह का कॉन्सेप्ट आप सब लोगों को दिया है, लेकिन अगर मैं उसमें देखता हूं और उसकी प्रगति को देखता हूं, और उस तरह से 2024 में जब हम इस मिशन को पूरा करना चाहते हैं, हमको अपने स्केल और स्पीड को इसमें बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है. हमें स्टेट से बहुत सारी आशाएं हैं, और अगर हम सब मिशन मोड में इसे जन आंदोलन बना करके करेंगे तो सर्टेनली वी कैन अचीव these टारगेट्स. साथ ही साथ में जल जीवन मिशन में सस्टेनेबिलिटी बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है, एंड द टर्मिनोलॉजी विच हैज बीन गिवन, द नॉमेनक्लेचर FHTC, functional household tap connection. And when we talk about functionality, so Honorable Prime Minister has clearly envisaged and directed us that functionality doesn't mean to providing simply meager providing a tap to in the house. The functionality means the quality, the quantity and the continuity, the regularity. जो क्वालिटी है प्रिस्क्राइब BIS स्टैंडर्ड्स, वो पानी मिलना ही चाहिए. देश ने बहुत सारे वर्षों तक, बहुत दशकों तक ये दंश झेला है और कंटेमिनेटेड पानी बहुत सारे बड़े इलाकों में लोग पीने को मजबूर हुए हैं, ये जानते हुए भी कि ये पानी पिलाने से उनके परिवार के लोगों को, कल्पना कीजिए एक माँ का दर्द कि वो एक पानी पिला रही है अपने बच्चे को, ये जानते हुए भी कि इससे उसको कोलेटरल डैमेज होने वाला, वो दिव्यांग हो जाएगा, फिर भी पिलाने को मजबूर है. हम वी ऑल आर सो फॉर्चुनेट, हम सब जो हैं दुनिया के सबसे सौभाग्यशाली इंसान है कि हमको ये मिशन सरकार में काम करते हुए इस समय में काम करने का अवसर मिला है कि जब हम ये पीड़ा लोगों की समाप्त कर सकते हैं और वो यश और पुण्य प्राप्त कर सकते हैं. क्वालिटी एंड फॉलोड बाय क्वांटिटी कि 55 लीटर जो प्रेस्क्राइब किया है वो मिनिमम पानी मिलना ही चाहिए एंड देन फॉलोड बाय कंटिन्यूटी. चाहे हमने डेली प्रोग्राम दिया है, ऑल्टरनेट डे प्रोग्राम दिया है, whatever the modality we have worked out, वो हमेशा रेगुलर उसी समय पर पूरा हो, इसको इंश्योर करना है. And apart from that, functionality means sustainability. And when I speak about sustainability, since our dependence on the groundwater is huge, it almost 65% of the total water requirements are met through the underground water resources. And because of the climate change and over withdrawal of groundwater, the situation which is emerging is really, really alarming. And since we are working in the domain of drinking water and working with the concept of sustainability, so our challenge is really big. देखिए हम आप रहेंगे नहीं रहेंगे लेकिन 30 साल तक लोगों को ये पीने का पानी मिलता रहे, इसको सुनिश्चित करना आज हमारी जिम्मेदारी है. सो सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ सोर्सेज के लिए जिस तरह की एक्टिविटीज करनी है, भारत सरकार ने अटल भूजल योजना प्रारंभ की थी 7 पायलट स्टेट्स के साथ में. लेकिन ये जितनी तरह के अपॉर्चुनिटीज मैंने बताई, इन सब को जोड़ करके सोर्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर भी हम साथ साथ में काम कर सकते हैं. तो हमको सोर्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर भी इसी के साथ में काम करने की आवश्यकता है. जब ये प्रोग्राम शुरू हुआ था उसके पहले से NRDWP के समय से हम लोग क्वालिटी अफेक्टेड एरिया में प्रायोरिटी के साथ में काम हो इसके ऊपर बात कर रहे थे. और उसमें सबमिशन हुआ करता था, जो लोग पुराने इसमें जुड़े हैं उनको पता होगा, नेशनल क्वालिटी वाटर सबमिशन वाज ए कंपोनेंट ऑफ अंडर द NRDWP प्रोग्राम. बट स्टिल जो मेरे पास में आज की तारीख में इंफॉर्मेशन है उसके हिसाब से आंध्र प्रदेश में 86 और मध्य प्रदेश में 52 हैबिटेशंस ऐसी हैं जो फ्लोराइड अफेक्टेड है, और स्टिल दैट हैव नॉट बीन एड्रेस्ड दैट इश्यू डिस्पाइट कंटिन्यूअस थ्रस्ट ऑन दैट. अभी भी उन इलाकों में जो है हम उसको नहीं कर पाए. आई हैव सीन सब न्यूज रिपोर्ट्स that uranium contamination is also noticed in state or eastern part of the state of Karnataka. Concerned state should look into this on priority ताकि हम लोगों को पीने का स्वच्छ और क्वालिटी पानी हम सब लोग दे सकें. इसी के साथ साथ में जो अनुभव माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गुजरात में किया मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए कि इस प्रोग्राम को सस्टेनेबल अगर बनाना है तो इसको लोगों का पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन एंड ओनर सेंस ऑफ ओनरशिप इसके साथ में जोड़ना पड़ेगा. हमने लगातार आप सब लोगों से आग्रह किया, राज्यों से आग्रह किया कि हम भैया ये रिकॉर्डिंग और फोटोग्राफी बंद कर दीजिए. एंड प्लीज आई expect from all of us this sincerity, at least that recording are not happened. See, it is not going to affect me. मैं जो बात कहूँगा अभी आपके स्टेट के बारे में कुछ बात कहूँगा वो बाहर जाएगी और उसको मीडिया में किस तरह से छापा जाएगा मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, आप लोगों को फर्क पड़ने वाला, आप लोगों के स्टेट को फर्क पड़ने वाला, क्योंकि मैं सबके बारे में अभी सबका एक्सरे सबके सामने रखने वाला. इसलिए कृपा करके ये रिकॉर्डिंग्स जो हैं आप लोग कम से कम मोबाइल से, और इस लेवल के ऑफिसर्स में तो ये सिंसियरिटी होना चाहिए कि हम यहाँ पे रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं करें. और अगर किसी ने किया भी है तो भगवान के लिए उसको डिलीट कर दीजिए. तो हम जो है रूरल लोकल बॉडीज को स्ट्रेंथन करें, गांव में वॉश कमिटीज को बनाएं और उनको सेंस ऑफ ओनरशिप उनको ट्रांसफर हो, इसके लिए हम सबको गंभीरता के साथ में बात करनी. क्वालिटी को लेकर के भी जिस तरह के एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, फील्ड टेस्टिंग किट्स दिए गए, उनका प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन हो, डेटा अपलोडिंग हो. और क्योंकि हमने आज गवर्निंग मॉडल को इस तरह से चेंज किया है, एवरीथिंग इज इनटू पब्लिक डोमेन। अपने स्टेट में मध्य प्रदेश ने या तेलंगाना ने या जो है कर्नाटका ने कल कितने कनेक्शन किए हैं, उसके लिए मुझे कुछ देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं, और इन मीडिया के लोगों को भी देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मेरा डैशबोर्ड खोलेंगे, उसमें दिख जाएगा कि कल कर्नाटका ने कितने कनेक्शन दिए, पिछले महीने में कितने दिए, कुल कितना पैसा उनको मिला है, स्टेट ने कितना शेयर दिया है, कितना एक्सपेंडिचर हुआ है, कितना बैलेंस है, सबकी जन्मपत्री सबकी सामने। इसलिए इस ट्रांसपेरेंसी के युग में हमको कोई स्पेयर नहीं करने वाला है, जनता स्पेयर नहीं करने वाली है अगर हमने ठीक से काम नहीं किया। तो हम इस गंभीरता के साथ में काम करें और आम जन को इसके साथ में जोड़ करके उनको जो है रिस्पॉन्सिबल बना करके इसके ऊपर काम करें, ऐसी आप सबसे अपेक्षा है। हम अभी स्टेट्स बाय स्टेट बात करेंगे, बाकी चर्चाएं उस समय में काम करेंगे, लेकिन एक अंत में मैं बात जरूर कहना चाहता हूं। देखिए, जब यहां पुराना अनुभव उठा करके देखिए, जिन गांवों में पीने का पानी नल के माध्यम से पहुंच गया, उन गांवों की जो ट्रेडिशनल वाटर बॉडीज थी वो सारी गंदे तालाब बन गए, वो कंटेमिनेटेड हो गए। ये सिचुएशन जो है, एक प्रॉब्लम को एड्रेस किया, दूसरी प्रॉब्लम उसके कारण से खड़ी हुई। सैनिटेशन मिशन में हमने ग्रे वाटर ट्रीटमेंट की बात कही है। अगेन मैं कहूंगा कि जल जीवन मिशन में भी उसकी टॉप अप ग्रांट दी जा सकती है। 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन का सैनिटेशन का पैसा उसमें यूटिलाइज किया जा सकता है। नरेगा की विंडोज में ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है। इन सबको MP लेड्स, MLA लेड्स, इन सबको जो है डबटेल करके ऐसा एक मोमेंटम प्रदेशों में खड़ा करने की आवश्यकता है, स्पेशली द पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप of the states which are here in this meeting. I expect from them कि वो इसको लीड करें अपने अपने स्टेट्स में, और इसको एक पीपल्स मूवमेंट किस तरह से बन सकता है ताकि हम ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट को की दिशा में काम करते हुए अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में इन दोनों मिशंस को सस्टेनेबल बनाएं, इसमें स्लिप ऑफ नहीं हो, स्लिपेज नहीं हो, इसको इंश्योर करें। हम सब राज्यों के साथ में बैठ करके देखिए, मुझे आप लोगों की कमियों कमजोरियां बताना, कहां कमी है, कैसे हम इंप्रूव, वी आर वर्किंग एज ए टीम। सबका साथ सबका विकास इज आवर कॉन्सेप्ट। सो आप हम एक दूसरे के साथ में, अगर आपकी कोई चुनौती है, कोई बॉटलनेक है, मैं सब सुनने के लिए तैयार हूं, उसको रिमूव करने के लिए, उसको एड्रेस करने के लिए हम 24/7 आपके साथ में मिलकर के काम करने के लिए तैयार हैं। लेकिन क्योंकि ये मिशन है, एंड वी हैव टू अचीव द टारगेट विच इज सेट फॉर आवर नेशन। इट्स ए नेशन, इट्स ए nation's pride has been connected with this program, these missions। मैं आपको सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि हम उस गंभीरता के साथ में इस प्रोग्राम को लें। हम राज्यों की समीक्षा करेंगे, एक एक राज्य के साथ में बात करेंगे, अभी वर्तमान परिस्थितियां जो हमारे अनुरूप हैं उसके बारे में चर्चा करेंगे, उसमें कहां हम कैसे बेटर इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं। आई विल बी हैप्पी टू लिसन फ्रॉम यू, फ्रॉम द मिनिस्टर्स आल्सो, एंड इफ द ऑफिसर्स, सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, इफ दे वांट टू सबमिट समथिंग, हम उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे। इस मीटिंग के बाद में ब्रेकआउट सेशंस में मेरे अधिकारी राज्यों के साथ में इंडिविजुअली बैठ करके भी आपकी सारी इश्यूज को, चैलेंजेस को समझ करके हम कैसे गियर अप करके स्पीड एंड स्केल पे काम कर सकते हैं। वी विल लव टू सिट विद यू। जितने देर बैठना है उतनी देर हम सब साथ बैठेंगे। और इस मीटिंग के बाद में आई एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम द स्टेट्स कि इन दोनों मिशन को गति मिलेगी, स्पीड बढ़ेगी। आने वाले 1-1.5 महीने में हम जो है इसको और बेहतर तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे, ऐसी अपेक्षा आप सबको करते हुए एक बार आप सबको फिर मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Union Minister has called upon the entire fraternity to understand the gravity of the situation, shoulder the responsibility and fulfill the mission of the aspirations of this country. Dhanyawad, sir. I would now request Mr.
साथियों, जल जीवन मिशन गांव और गरीब के घर तक पानी पहुंचाने का तो अभियान है ही। ये एक प्रकार से हर घर तक शुद्ध जल पाइप से पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। मिशन का लोगो निरंतर इस बात की प्रेरणा देगा कि पानी की एक एक बूंद को बचाना आवश्यक है। वहीं ये मार्गदर्शिका गांव के लोगों, ग्राम पंचायत के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी है जितनी सरकारी मशीनरी के लिए आवश्यक है, ये परियोजना की सफलता सुनिश्चित करने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। साथियों, आज जिस पुस्तक का विमोचन हुआ है, उसमें भी विस्तार से ये बताया गया है कि गंगा किस तरह हमारे सांस्कृतिक वैभव, आस्था और विरासत तीनों का ही बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। गांवों में, पहाड़ों में जहां आना जाना तब मुश्किल हो, वहां पीने के पानी का इंतजाम करने में सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को उठानी पड़ती थी, पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती थी। इन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए देश की पानी से जुड़ी सारी चुनौतियों पर एक साथ ऊर्जा लगाने के लिए ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया। मुझे खुशी है कि बहुत ही कम समय में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेजी से काम संभालना शुरू कर दिया। पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के साथ साथ अब ये मंत्रालय देश के गांवों में हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के मिशन में जुटा हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर दिन करीब करीब 1 लाख परिवारों को शुद्ध पेयजल की सुविधा से जोड़ा जा रहा है। सिर्फ 1 साल में ही देश के 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पीने
उसके कारण से हमारी अननेसेसरी डिपेंडेंसी अपॉन और अननेसेसरी एक्सपेंडिचर वाज गोइंग ऑन दिस वाटर प्यूरिफिकेशन सिस्टम। और वो भी आरओ मॉडल लग रहा है। आज देश में बड़े शहरों में देखो तो 50% हाउसेज में आरओ लगे। आरओ के कारण कितना पानी की बर्बादी होगी, क्योंकि व्यवस्था पर विश्वास नहीं है लोगों को, इसलिए आरओ लगाता है। और व्यवस्था पर विश्वास इसलिए नहीं है कि उस विश्वास को रक्षा करने का कोई मैकेनिज्म नहीं है। और वो आरओ भी हमने सिर्फ रिकॉर्डिंग बंद करो, तुम्हारा मैंने बताया ना तुमको। आरओ पर विश्वास, इससे आरओ पर हम जो है
Once the drains, the cross drains, the interconnection infrastructure is established, the water is coming and accumulating at a point. How do we treat this water? The usual problem is that this water, which is a mix of grey water, directly enters into our water bodies like lakes, tanks and rivers. I have two major rivers, Varada river and Tungabhadra river flowing in my district. So we could directly see this grey water entering into the rivers. NGT has this issue where the Pollution Control Board is given a rap on the knuckle asking them to take some action. But I'm glad to inform the August gathering that in Karnataka, in rural Karnataka, under the leadership of RDPR department, we are taking up such projects across the state. And I'll give you one example. So at the point of accumulation, what we do, next slide please. These are some of the pictures of the drains being constructed along with the topographic survey. Next. So this is an example of a village called Kodiyar. You can see the grey water entering into the Tungabhadra river in the picture on top. We conducted several rounds of meetings with the local public representatives and also the farmers, the people, and we identified a location where we could construct some sort of a liquid waste management plant. Next slide. Here we constructed a structure. Basically, the structure is divided into three parts. I think those scales are not visible. The liquid waste management system that we constructed basically deals with about 55 KLD of grey water. We assume that the Kodiyar village has 5 big drains, out of which one drain I am going to consider and explain here. That one drain drains out the grey water from about 1,000 households. Each household, as our moderator ma'am was saying, we are giving 55 LPCD of water under Jal Jeevan Mission, out of which drinking water and other grey water purposes are met, and at least 35 to 40 LPCD of water is then ejected into this system. We have designed a system for 55 LPCD into 1000, that is about 55 KLD. And we have also taken into account the monsoon overflow that might come into the system and expanded the capacity to about 85 KLD. Here you can see the first step of the project. The project has a sedimentation tank which has a capacity of 62,500 liters. This sedimentation tank basically is for another pond which is called the stabilization pond, which is basically meant for suspended solids. After sedimentation, stabilization, we realized that the water quality improved by 72% according to our tests. The third stage and the most magical part of this entire project in Kodiyar was we constructed an artificial wetland. 135 meter long wetland using 20 mm jelly and about 10 baffle walls of 1 feet height. Entire structure was constructed under conversions of Engineering Swachh Bharat Mission. Under Swachh Bharat Mission, for every person, this was a big panchayat, we got close to 680 rupees. If you multiply that with 1,000 people, we got about 7 lakh from that component. We took 10 lakh from 15 finance and we got this structure done. After the plantation, after the wetland, we planted Kenna plantation in the wetland, where the nutrients are absorbed, the dissolved solids are absorbed by the root system. And finally, the entire system goes and meets the Tungabhadra river. At that point, when we tested, we got water quality improvement by 86%. This is one such project that we have taken up, and I think sir has listed this project along with other projects like Benkarkonda. Currently, 54 such projects we are taking up in our Haveri district, and we originally thought that we should do household individual soap pits. Individual soap pit under Engineering was costing us 15,000 rupees per household. And we realized that if we want to do this for say about 1,000 houses, it is going to cost us 1.5 crores. So this whole concept of individual asset was very cost intensive for us. So going for such a community solution, But this also is a very cost expensive solution. We can also do community soak pits where we are doing, the drain comes and the water drains into a community soak pit and then it is released into a lake or a tank. That also we are doing in our district. And we have done something in Belkonkonda where the drain itself acts like a sedimentation pond. So there are parts, pieces. I am not able to show all of that because my presentation will become long. But I would like to conclude by saying that every village will have to find unique solutions now. And our ACS has given us a lot of freedom at the field where we are able to do our own DPRs, we are able to do our own conversions, we are able to make presentations and we are able to execute them. And at the time of execution, we have fund flow happening. The only thing is that we would like to have a few more relaxations in terms of construction of drains and desilting of drains under FG Narega. I've already put forth that proposal. And we'll endeavor to cooperate, coordinate with all other people and take up such projects in the future as well. There's a small video I'd like to show, and then probably I can pass it on to you. There's a small video. At the far end of the video, you will see the clean stream. It's like a stream in Himachal, absolutely pristine, just like the people of Himachal. Please enjoy the video.
Tungabhadra and Bharada rivers form the lifelines of Haveli district. Till date, there were no facilities for the treatment of the wastewater generated from the rural areas and the human habitations on the banks of these rivers. As a result, the wastewater generated was naturally finding its way into these rivers without any treatment. The quality of the rivers thereby was getting compromised by the direct discharge of domestic wastewater. The same rivers were being utilized for various human and livestock activities in the downstream, which would eventually result in health issues. To address these issues of direct discharge of wastewater, the Jilla Panchayat Haveli has launched a project titled Nirmala Haveli. This project was an amalgamation of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme and Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen. Under this project, the domestic wastewater, especially greywater, will be treated scientifically through a nature-based, environment-friendly treatment method. To roll out the Nirmal Haveli project, Kodiyala Gram Panchayat of Rannavenur Taluk was selected to implement this first of a kind greywater treatment project as a pilot project in the entire state of rural Karnataka. The total population of this Gram Panchayat stands at 10,252. On an average, more than 50,000 litres of wastewater or greywater was getting discharged directly without any treatment through one of the drains or outlet into the river. As a solution to this problem, under Nirmala Haveli initiative, the Haveli Jilla Panchayat established a scientific and nature-based environment-friendly treatment method for the treatment of wastewater or greywater.
Because he talked about the challenges of whether you should be focusing on individual solutions or community-based solutions. He talked about the importance of having conveyance systems in place so that you can collect the water and then make sure you will treat it at the end of it. He also talked about in-situ treatment in drainage channels before it enters water bodies. So in some sense, what I'm going to try and do is to expand the choices before all of you and to provide you with some more choices in marked contrast to Roshan, I will pitch heavily for individual sources and treatment of the individual source, and so that you again have a choice in terms of how you choose to decide to proceed. Thank you. Next, please. So I'll start off with why managing greywater is important. So one, because it treats unhygienic conditions within villages, creates breeding ground for vector-borne diseases, leads to pollution of water bodies. If you actually were to treat greywater, you have an opportunity for actually enhancing recharge of your aquifers, and you have the potential for reuse of greywater. And based on the understanding that with Jal Jeevan Mission, as the quantum of water available to every household is going to increase, and the reliability of that water availability is going to increase, the quantum of wastewater going to be generated will also go up. So if you were to take 1,000 households getting 55 LPCD, taking 70% of that in wastewater, you're still going to end up with just short of 40,000 liters per day from 1,000 households. So that's the quantum that you will end up having to treat for on a daily basis as we go on. Next, please. Now, if you look at what are some of the challenges that we're faced with in looking at greywater management in a rural context. The first is that it's considered technical and considered complex. And so we need to recognize that there is a need for demystification of some of this, both within government and at the community level. Because for as long as this is going to be perceived as a complex technical problem that's going to require complex and expensive engineering solutions, we're stuck. Now, if you have any doubts about why I actually genuinely believe this, here's a simple answer. I studied international politics. If I can talk with some reasonable degree of confidence about greywater management, there is no one in this room who can't do it. Yeah. The third is that this assumption that you need large, centralized, expensive, complex engineering solutions is this is an assumption which is incorrect. The third is this whole notion of either a perceived or limited technical capacity to plan, support, and implement. My sense is that if you start to recognize that it's fairly simple, you won't feel that you have a perceived technical gap. The fourth is, we have, as a consequence of what's happened, we today are stuck with the inability of Gram Panchayats as well as village water sanitation committees to plan for this without any support. And because they're not able to plan for this and they can't access the support, we are seeing very poor utilization of 15 finance commission funds for this. Their ability to include this as part of their Gram Panchayat development plans and look at convergence with other government schemes such as NTNR goes down. It is our belief that, and the other problem is that if you look at SBM 2.0 guidelines, there are no incentives for household-based treatment solutions. The incentives are for greywater management at a community level, and there are no financial incentives to encourage households to invest in greywater management. And this itself, in some sense, might be one of the reasons why there's no offtake of particularly decentralized housing solutions. We also seem to have got into this trap where we think that small and simple is not necessarily useful. And this is akin to the problem that we had in sanitation of twin leach pit versus septic tank. There was this general belief that in many parts of rural India, that a twin leach pit toilet is an inferior design by virtue of the fact it has holes in the wall. And people would understand why would you construct a leach pit or a pit which has holes in the wall. And therefore, anybody who could afford it chose to construct what they thought was a septic tank. And very often you ended up with mere containment structures, not even well-designed septic tanks. We run the risk here of falling into a similar trap, that because we're not willing to recognize that simple, low-cost, appropriate solutions without necessity for large engineering complexity, because if we fall into the same trap thinking that they will not work, we will then want large dewards or more expensive systems. We should recognize that stormwater drains, which are largely open in most of our villages, are not a treatment solution. They are only a conveyance mechanism. So first principles. The first principles are treat as close to the source as possible, in other words, decentralized. And this is important because if you treat it close to the source, then the quantum of water that you end up having to treat will diminish. So if every household or cluster of households starts to treat it, then the quantum of wastewater being generated that you subsequently need to treat will go down dramatically. So first principle is treat as close to where the wastewater is being generated. The second is, if you can do that, then you reduce the need for habitation, village level, large scale solutions. The third is, you can start with every household. If it's not feasible, if families are not willing to invest the capital required for a simple solution, then look at a street. Look at a cluster of households. Then look at ensuring that everywhere where you're likely to have wastewater being generated, your community water points, your hand pumps, your water tanks that are certain to overflow at some point of time, make sure that you have greywater treatment mechanisms at all of these points. Look at institutions, schools, panchayat bhavans, all public institutions, and then start to worry about habitation level solutions. Choose technologies and processes that require low operation and maintenance, both in terms of costs, efforts, and the skills required to maintain them subsequently. Next please. So if you were to look at it, what I would urge is that you start at the base, look at maximum emphasis should be on household level solutions, then look at a few cluster community level solutions. And if that still not works, we still have excess water that we need to treat, then look at some centralized solutions if all else fails. So to me, centralized solutions are the solution of last resort. Next please. Why focus on decentralized solutions? Low investment, easy to install and maintain, ownership rests primarily with households, space is unlikely to be a constraint, and at that point, the mixing of black, yellow water, grey water is likely to be so low that it's easier to handle. Your large conveyance systems are likely to end up with a larger proportion of both black and yellow water. Next please. Now I'm just quickly going to run you through some examples of a host of structures and their costs. So household level soak pit, where you actually have a matka where that pipe comes out. The matka acts as a silt chamber. You have gravel of different dia, acts as a filter media. This could cost you between 3,500 to 4,000 rupees per household. Next please. Household level leach pit. This could cost you roughly around 6,500. If you add a silt chamber, depending on which part of the country you're constructing it, a silt chamber or sand trap would cost you between 1,500 to 3,000. So a household for 9,500 would have a fairly robust leach pit. Next please. You could actually look at all of this wastewater going into a kitchen garden and to actually use grey water for a household level kitchen garden, where what you do is ensure that your grey water is actually being discharged subsurface, so that in the root zone you are likely to get access to water. What it does is that it utilizes grey water, saves freshwater use for a kitchen garden. The nutrients are good for plant growth. Acceptability, we found amongst community members of this kind of an effort is very high. If the household use soaps or detergents or chemicals, then you should avoid cultivating tubers. This costs between 4,500 and 6,500, plus you have the benefit of improved nutrition as a consequence of vegetables or anything else you might grow. Next please. A community leach pit, where you can have it for a group of households. This costs between 17 to 18,000 rupees for a community leach pit for 4,000 liters. So 10 households, you will do a community leach pit for 17 to 18,000 rupees. If you each household will put its own silt chamber in place, then the cost will go up a little more. But it is possible to construct a solution for 10 households which needs 4,000 liters at 17 to 18,000 rupees. Next please. Or you could look at a centralized solution like a planted gravel filter, which again is nature-based, effective in removing, in reducing biological oxygen on demand, take care of pathogens and suspended solids, doesn't require electricity, works on gravity flow, low operating costs. It can cost roughly 2,70,000 for 40,000 liters per day, and requires very little maintenance. You will cultivate Kana species of the kind that Roshan talked about. Next please, and you have a soap pit again. Or you look at a default-based system, which will have a settler, an anaerobic baffle reactor, anaerobic filter, and then you could have a planted gravel filter before the water gets discharged. The cost for this can range from roughly 6.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. And I'll show you some photographs of what it looks like. Next page. So this is something that we constructed for 159 households in a small village in Lod district. Its treatment capacity is 7,000 liters and it costs 6,65,000. Next please. And it essentially has the following elements. It has a screening chamber, it has a settler, anaerobic baffle reactor, it has an anaerobic filter, and it has a soak pit. Where we're using the water that's treated for recharge purposes. Next please. Or you could look at a centralized solution of a waste stabilization pond of the kind that Roshan described, where you have an anaerobic pond, a facultative pond, and a maturation pond. Again, the advantage of this is that it helps in treating water fairly effectively. It doesn't require electricity. It has a low operating cost, but it could cost, depending on the size of and the scale, anything between 4 lakhs to 10 lakhs, depending on site. Next please. We've done one of these in a village called Lalpur in Lucknow district, which has required roughly 10 lakhs. But we found that in this case, it required significant maintenance, which was an issue for us. And so we were a little surprised, but it required any maintenance. It also requires land if it's available. Next please. So if you were to look at options, a host of options, all the way from soak pits, beach pits, kitchen garden, community soak pits, all the way down to waste stabilization ponds, reed beds, constructed wetlands, soil biotechnology, and in-water space systems. Next please. In summation, I would say, first start with looking at inclusive and decentralized solutions and try and treat closer to source. Start by implementation at the household level and then work your way up to the village level. Address both solid waste where you are starting to treat liquid waste. That if you are planning to put in place a greywater treatment system, solids will clog the system up. So you need to start to look at treating the solid waste as well, or the efficiency of the greywater system will collapse. Look at treated greywater for both recharge as well as for reuse. You might also want to start looking at both greywater and black water, especially if you have a large proportion of septic tanks which are going to require emptying. And start to consider what's going to happen in terms of traditional water bodies, because those will also need some revival, some treatment and preservation. Thank you.
Any questions?
Just to add a point.
Yeah, would anyone want to ask any questions?
Just to add a couple of points to what Manan Sir has told. Yes, the maintenance that we have seen in the last 1 year, 6 months at least for the Kodial project, there is a substantial cost for screening the solids. So whenever we take up some community-based solutions like this, and we are assuming that it's only greywater that is going to enter the system, we will be wrong. So there will be a lot of solids that will enter the system, and also possibilities of black water entering the system. So there is a substantial cost when it comes to screening of the solids. And but when it comes to maintaining of the system, I have found that the entire system has to be desilted once in 3 to 4 years. So the cost overall does match our intentions of purifying the greywater. That was point number 1. Point number 2 is that there are many districts in Karnataka where getting the dual soak pit itself was a big challenge. Then to again going for a individual soak pit, the land constraints and also the water table being high in many places was an issue. But I want to tell this Congress gathering here that in Karnataka all the options that have been put forth by Madhavan Sir have already been implemented by all my other CEO colleagues, and I think in another year and a half from now, I think we should be able to saturate most of the solutions.
So I have a question. I have a question to Madhavan sir. Sir, as Roshan sir told that in those DVATs, at the final stage the quality performance 82%. So as Mr. Roshan told that in DVATs he got 82% quality performance. Is it possible, or have you ever tested the quality performance of leach pits or pit pits, anything? Is it possible? Or do you assume that the water is treated before it reaches the ground? Yeah.
So the honest answer is that no, we haven't actually treated the water before once it goes into a soak pit or a leach pit. The assumption being made is that because it's subsequently going to pass through layers of soil, there will be a natural process of filtration that will take place. Plus you're removing solids prior to going, you're taking out oil, you're taking out all such waste before it enters that because of your sand trap. So in some sense that's the assumption being made. However, in all systems where there is treated water being discharged, whether it's a dewash-based system or whether it's a planted gravel filter, there it's possible because you have a discharge of water, it's possible to test. And in most conditions, it's turned out that it treats fairly high, to a high degree of efficiency, with very low maintenance and low cost.
I would like to just add one point to this. Water has a tendency of self-cleansing. So the more retention time we give to water, the water becomes purer. That is another way of looking at it. In the Kodian project, in the Devax project, earlier the water would enter Tungabhadra river in a matter of 20 minutes. But through the system, it is taking 32 hours to reach the final river. So the longer retention time we give is called the hydraulic retention time.
Any other comment or question?
Yes, I'm Praveen, Director from Tamil Nadu. So we are also following a highly decentralized system that we are looking at backyard kitchen gardens as the first resort, followed by sequence of steps. However, while coming up with DPRs or doing a decentralized planning, we are always giving some standard type designs in terms of the depth of the gravel, the depth of the sand filter. How do we evaluate it's a follow-up of the same question that he asked. How do we evaluate and customize standard designs such that the incoming greywater will be of different constituents in different areas? So how do we evaluate, particularly when we are taking it and getting it off from the ground? How do we evaluate and design the modified type?
The assumption being made is that if you're treating it at a decentralized or a household level, then the level of contaminants are never likely to be so high or to be of concern. And that between aeration, anaerobic processes, plus simply soil itself, I think as a filtration mechanism, we should take care of it. However, if the quantum of water increases, then you're likely to need to have standardized designs.
I think the question is, they are promoting decentralized household-based solutions. How can they be sure they are not polluting the ground or the groundwater?
So you can do random tests. You can do random tests in different ecologies to make sure that it actually matches the standards. But I'd be very surprised if you would find pollutants in what you're trying to do. I think what's useful because you're promoting decentralized, what will be useful is that while there are standard designs available for all of these, and you can modify the designs based on the scale that you wish to have. I think it will be useful for state governments to issue standardized rates based on their own availability of materials, cost of materials in their own states, so that it makes it easier for block level, district level functionaries to know not just the design, but also to have localized applicable rates that they can use for their design. I might make it easier.
Yeah, and I think maybe centrally we might want to assist such states as want this kind of guidance to give them state priorities.
Just to add to that, we have studies which indicate that particularly for the pit toilets, where the pathogen content is much more, we found that lesser diameter of the pit is about 1 meter, which is a standard thing. So beyond the 3 meters of the circumference, there will no pathogens. So this is one indication as to the absorption capacity of the soil. But of course, then it depends on the water level and the condition, the rainy condition also. And generally, if we are talking about the greywater, probably will have little less pathogens. So this is an indication. I think probably somewhere in guidelines or advisories also we have mentioned about this thing. But your point is quite valid We should have much more authenticated kind of things which can guide them.
So can I suggest? Abhi Chair, sir. I would suggest if the state can do some random sampling of the groundwater near those areas where we are doing those, we are practicing those decentralized treatment. So that would give us the results. How much it is, the performance.
Roshan, you have proposed open drains to collect Greywater. What is your thinking that will it help if we have closed drain because that will reduce of solids? Maybe some black water enter because people may. Will it be more cost effective or are there more challenges there?
We usually found that because engineering doesn't prevent us from covering the drain at all. It's just a model estimate. We can do instead of doing a box, we can do a complete box and close the drain. The problem comes in maintenance of this drain. For us at the district level, yearly twice to thrice we need to deseal these drains because of the catchment water and the silt pouring into the drains. So that is usually an issue, and silt definitely tends to find its way into these drains.
Also, slope is a big problem in very flat lands. The streets are very flat, there's hardly any gradient. So engineering design, etc., local level implementing, they don't maintain the slope. So water doesn't really flow, and even the grey water tends to become black, and people start putting litter in it. So that is the issue, and therefore soak pit is certainly a solution. And we have done soak pits in many places. There are villages with 100% soak pit, and therefore the streets are very, very dry. But our schedule of rates, etc., erosion seems to be very high. Why it should cost 15,000? In the other presentation, there would be very models. We should look at relatively low-cost options for soak pits, and wherever soak pits. But there are places where space for soak pit is a challenge. In our area, itself, I have gone and seen houses which are very narrow houses, and there is street in the front and there is street in the back. Even for toilets, they don't find it. There are very densely settled habitations where space would be a problem, where we'll have to look at some other solutions.
I would just add to that, sir, which is that to say that I think it's important not just to decentralize, but also allow decision and choice of technology to be determined as close to where the solution is happening. Because, like you're saying, there will be areas where soak pits are not possible. But so therefore, it is good to have a basket of choices and let people choose what they think is most appropriate for their area.
Except that people sometimes like the more sexy rewards rather than
Which is an engagement issue. At the end of the day, you have to engage.
But you also need, in addition to the soak pit, people would need a drain for stormwater purpose in the rainy season. So we have to build that drains in any case. So drains plus soak pit will add to the cost.
Unless you look at the comparative cost between pipes versus drains.
Of course. In fact, North Karnataka, we have a very aesthetically it looks very bad practice of people forcing us to make a drain in the center of the street. There are many occurs. They say it creates a dispute. Please put up.
Those are the cases, sir, where we actually do the covering of the road with another layer of concrete. So,
it seems like a very bad idea to me. One quality bag and people get choked up, and then how do you, I mean, in towns and cities, cleaning the drains.
Now, most of the villages are so aspirational, ma'am. They want UGVs in most of the villages.
Yeah, but we have to recognize the constraints on resources, and that's why engagement, and that's why maybe some guidance on accepting relatively lower tech solutions as being more realistic and sustainable. Should we move on to this?
Just 2-3 points, it's wanted to point out. One is relating to the soak pits. We found that most of part of the country in the rural area, they are dry. And the best solution, wherever land is available, soak pit is the best solution. So, and it can handle the grey water very easily. So this can be kept in mind while planning. And we have given a basket of solutions for greywater management. As Martin was mentioning, the same kind of basket is available, almost same. The other thing is we have also indicated that these are suggestive only. So you can choose anything which suits that particular place. So we need not be guided that I am saying soak pit, only soak pit should be done. If you feel that the population density is very high, we can have the solutions of the drains, etc. The other thing is about the funding. Funding, consciously we had decided that since soak pits are being provided under the Manrega, so we should not be having under SDM until unless it is already kind of a soak pit or a leach pit. The other thing which we made it possible that at the GP level, if the Gram Panchayat decides to have, we can have the funding from the 15th Finance Commission also. So this was a conscious decision just to address to the concern that was having, that under the SPM we don't have that kind of funding mechanism, but sufficient funding is available. We have not got any request from any state that they are finding it difficult to have so.
Yeah, but the message that is going out is that SPM discourages individual soak pits and only recognizes or encourages community. Then we could review this again, as I was suggesting. This is your feedback. So if you would like to encourage more household-based soak pits for greywater management, and you think funding is becoming a constraint, please get back to us and we will review that. But as was mentioned in the morning session also, along with saturation through FHTCs, please make sure that there is complete saturation plan for greywater in all your villages. So your greywater management plan may please be prepared as quickly as possible. We've discussed the possible solutions. You will have to see in your own context. If you want any further discussion on what works, what doesn't work, the whole team is available. All of us are here. Whatever guidance and support we can give you, we'll be happy to do that. But please plan. First and foremost, prioritize, as Anupama said, all villages which have become 100% FHTC. Please make sure that they also have arrangements for greywater management in place. And please go beyond that. As and when you're planning to implementing an FHTC scheme, please make sure that your plans are already in position and quickly implemented for greywater management. We want this to be a campaign time for greywater. So the next 3-4 months, please put in all your energies into making this happen. Anything you need, any modification of guidelines, any amendments, anything else, let us know. We'll be happy to respond positively to whatever you ask.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for your guidance
We would like to thank all the panelists, and in the interest of time, we straight away move on to the next panel. This is a panel discussion on the role of RUBs in water and sanitation activities using the 15th Finance Commission type grants. The panel comprises of Sri L.K. Atik, Decentralized Secretary, RBNPR Department. I would request Sri Atik to kindly come over here. From Karnataka, Srimati Amuda P, Principal Secretary, RBNPR Department, is already there. And I would straight away hand over the session to the moderator, the Arun Kumar Mekavi, Deputy Secretary.
And by the Secretary, this is something where we'd also like to hear from all of the participants. Or if there's anything interesting that you've done that you'd like to suggest for sharing with all of us.
Good evening, everyone. Mahatma Gandhi advocated Panchayati Raj as the foundation of India's political system, as a decentralized form of government in each village, which would be responsible for its own affairs. The term for such a vision was Gram Swachh. The Panchayati system in India is neither new nor is a post-independence phenomenon. In fact, the dominant political institution in rural India has always been the village panchayat for centuries now. In ancient India, panchayats were usually elected functions with executive and judicial powers. Post-independence, there were so many committees, LMC committee, Ashok Mehta committee, but the most important one was Malhotra and Mehta committee. In fact, Tamil Nadu Panchayat Act 1958 was a direct result of Malhotra and Mehta committee, along with so many other states also. The committee was appointed in 1957 to examine and suggest measures for better working of the community development program. The committee suggested for the establishment of a democratic, decentralized local government, which came to be known as the Panchayati Raj. Coming to Karnataka, Abdul Nazir Saab, who was instrumental in bringing the Panchayati Raj institutions, was incidentally known as Neer Saab. Those who are uninitiated, Neer is a term for drinking water in Kannada. So he was instrumental in bringing drinking water for so many stressed areas in Karnataka. He was legendary. Abdul Nazir Saab was known as Neer Saab back then. Due to the sustained effort of the civil society organization, intellectuals and progressive political leaders, the parliament passed two landmark amendments to the constitution, 73rd and 74th amendment, making the rural local bodies and urban local bodies as institutions of self-government. Within a year, all the states in India passed their own acts in conformity to the amended constitutional provisions. Although Article 40 of the Indian Constitution, as it existed in 1950, mandated as per directive principles of state policy that all states must encourage the local panchayats. However, this amendment gave a validity to the panchayats also by adding an 11th schedule which consisted of 29 functional items of the panchayats, making them a local institutions of government. In Karnataka, there are 5,964 gram panchayats. Tamil Nadu has 12,525 gram panchayats. For the first time, 15th Finance Commission has given a grant of 1.42 lakh crore for the first time post-independence, mandated for the activities for drinking water and sanitation. If you just as a comparison, 14th Finance Commission total grant was 1.8 lakh crore. However, 15th Finance Commission for the two activities itself, the total grants allocated is 1.42 lakh crore, out of which for Karnataka is 1,500 odd crore and Tamil Nadu has 1,600 odd crore in the year 22-23. Although we have been following all the states, there are some special challenges with respect to usage of tide grant from the village panchayats and the block and the district panchayats also. We want to hear from the states themselves. I have a distinguished panel here consisting of Shri L.K. Atik, Additional Chief Secretary, RDPR Department, and Madam Mamata, Principal Secretary, RDPR Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. I hand it over to Sir Atik for further deliberation of this matter.
Between me and Amoda, we decided that Amoda will go first.
Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, colleagues. Before I start my presentation, I'd just like to bring home a few points on why sanitation and solid waste management has been eluding our country for a long time. We need to understand that. We just don't have to do a slide. When I start, say next, you move it. Let's leave it there. Ma'am, you are aware that we had many programs in the past talking about total sanitation, Central Rural Sanitation Program, and Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan, and now SVN. But there should be something which has worked or not worked. I think sir also knows that we have been in the sector for quite a long time. What worked and what did not work, we need to understand, and then it's easier to see that at least in this program we are able to nail the problems and go forward. As Mr. Madhav was speaking about greywater management said, decentralized solution. The twin feed force was started was not acceptable for the people, not the rural local bodies when we started constructing it way back, 20 years back or so. The reason is that they said for urban local bodies, you have a septic tank or underground sewage, why we should go for it? Because we are poor, we are voiceless, you are giving a technology which is not going to work. So convincing them that this technology is good, but it's just low cost, was a huge challenge for us 20 years back. So any solution which we like to ask our elected representatives in rural areas to take, adopt it, they need to be convinced first. Without having them on board, whether it's greywater management, solid waste management, liquid waste management, or fecal management is not going to work. So decentralized solutions, the cost is not the issue, but the technology which we are trying to sell to our representatives, they need to understand how it works. In fact, when I was in the water sanitation sector 20 years back, when I was trying to convince my quad engineers, some of them who are here, who were doing sanitation, they were not convinced. They were saying only one septic tank. Ask Government of India to give more money, we will do septic tank construction. Because they are not convinced that this windmill post-flush project is going to work. So our engineers, our administrators, our public representatives should buy into the idea that this is a workable solution, then only it can go forward. Without that, it's difficult. But at the same time, when I was talking about this twin pit toilets to my panchayat presidents way back in 2002 and 3, some of them agreed because they were farmers. They could see how it works. Why the pit should be 1 into 1 into 1 meter. So once you start convincing them and they see the value by demonstration on the field, it's easier to convince a panchayat president than an engineer. Again, the solution should be acceptable to the community, the people who are going to use it. For example, demand sanitary complex or CSC as you call it now. So there also the problem was that who will maintain it? Because the women who have seen the toilets are in public places, the bus stands, the cinema theatres or other places. So wherever they have seen that it has been shabby and who is going to maintain it and who is going to manage running it. The community needs to accept the solution as a solution which they can maintain in the long run. If they don't see that they can maintain in the long run, yes, you construct it, after some time it is waste and it's there like eyesore in departments. So we see huge number of community sanitary toilets which were not constructed in the right location or with the community participation. Right. Start before I go to my presentation. So this is just about the profile of Tamil Nadu. Not much to talk about. We have 37 districts, we have 388 blocks, we have 12,525 panchayats and an average population of 5,000 per panchayat. Next. So I'd like to touch upon SBM 1 before I go to SBM 2. Next. These are the achievements in SBM 1. I was not part of SBM 1. I have become part of SBM 2 for the past 4 months. We have achieved 100% coverage of facilities in schools, Anganwadis, and we have a huge army of people called Tulmai Kavalars. Swachh Bharat in Tamil is Tulmai Kavalars. We have 60,000 people, we have solid waste management units. I would like to just go on the process which followed and the numbers. Next. So as I said that the village panchayats were rightly involved from the beginning. Baseline survey was taken up with them going out to the panchayats to find out. Then they were also involved in the creation of awareness for toilet construction, then about construction of household toilets. Because Karnataka to the village panchayat level, panchayat presidents were involved. In fact, most of the rural areas have sites where regularly women go for open defecation. So we asked them to clear this site first and so that women don't have alternate place to go and they start using the sanitary complexes. So they cleared some of the open defecation sites and put up parks and playgrounds and used the school teachers and Anganwadi workers to create awareness about health and sanitation. So we achieved ODF status in 2019. We constructed 6.25 lakh toilets. Next. These are some of the activities. Next. So we also had a robust IEC where we had developed a handbook for WASH, a mobile application for real-time monitoring through our societies on the field, and a complete capacity building of PRs and SFGs who were our forerunners in the field. Next. This was about the liquid water and sanitation complex. This was a precursor to TSC. Tamil Nadu, under the earlier Chief
Minister had said that women need to be in the focus of sanitation. This, apart from having toilets, has a place to bath. He said, let them come to a place, let them start using the place. Once they come there, chit-chat, talk, bath, wash, then they use the toilet. So it was like a place where women can come and meet and talk about sanitation. It's, you can see that you have a complete facility. Children can be initiated because we have a baby toilet available and a different table toilet also available. Incinerator is also there. This is way back in 2001 to 4 when we did this in the beginning. Next. In the phase 2, we said that there is no point in having a huge complex at one place. We should develop smaller units in different habitations. So this is a smaller version of our integrated sanitary complexes in smaller places, and it had only 5 water closets with 1 or 2 for men, women, and physical challenge. Next. Transgenders, sometimes they get left out. So we have an example of a panchayat where the transgenders who don't even have a house, we thought that why don't we provide them, they live in rented houses, and the owner is not giving them to construct a house. We all know transgenders are not given houses. So when we say you give a toilet, you will get the house. So we said we put up a complex for them so that they can use it. Next. This is about school sanitation facilities. We were the pioneers in having baby-friendly toilets in the country. We pioneered underground sanitation and we had baby-friendly toilets where we did not have a roof. We had the children baby pants were used with colorful pictures inside and outside for them. Not feel afraid of entering a toilet. Next. This is about drains. So we have a wide network of drains in some panchayats. We take up mass cleaning, and during the floods, we have a campaign during September, October during our monsoon season for clearing the drains. And as you can see that it is done in a mission mode. That is a mass cleaning. So cleaning it every day, we take up cleaning once in 15 days. Next. Solid waste management. Here again convergence of the amount which comes from SFC with the SDM things. Next, I'll just go to the examples. Next. Yeah. Here you can see the collection of waste come by the SFGs who collect door to door. They come and many composting site is segregated, then they convert to vermicompost and then sell it. So it's both sanitation and economic activity for the SFGs. Next. So then you can see that the material which is can be recycled, they sell it to the kabadi walas and also generate some income, and the compost is used for going for nursery. Nursery is the Nareka or nursery under NRLM schemes. Next. So this is one example of vermicomposting unit, again managed by self-help groups. They get a good income from that and they have been selling it, and the revenue also comes from inside by selling of the vermicompost. Next. We did an interesting thing called waste audit. We wanted to find out what kind of waste is generated in rural areas. So we found that more than 80% to 90% only degradable waste, which can be converted into compost. In urban areas, we know that we use sort of plastic, tin, glass and stuff like that, but rural areas still it's predominantly biodegradable waste which can be recycled and used as a compost or a manure. Next. So plastic waste management, as I think some other state also today presented, I think it's from Madhya Pradesh, they are talking about plastic waste management. Here we have a existing buyback policy. We are motivating our rural household people to say that you bring the plastic and you get 10 rupees. In the way that dumping we can be segregating it. So we are saying that bring the plastic, take 5 rupees in some panchayats and take 10 rupees in some panchayats. Next. So this is again where the plastic is converted into plastic waste shredded into the waste plastic shredded and used for laying of roads. This again we pioneered way back in 2013 and this is already functioning, which we are saying that every block should have these 2 such units to take it forward. Next. Here again you see that the plastic buyback policy, they have generated some income and there's a receipt which the local body has received for selling this red plastic to road development department for the road purposes. And then back. Yeah, this is, you can see that this is the road layer of the red plastic mixed along with the building. Next. So moving away from just using the red plastic for roads, we are trying to motivate our SHGs to going for recycled products like paper blocks which can be again used by rural development department or dustbins and etc. which can be recycled and used for some other products. Next. So we are now trying to, after the waste audit, we thought that a lot of scope is there for charging people who do bulk waste generation, like hotels, restaurants and industries. We thought that we can charge them differentially. so that the more the revenue generated that can be used for managing the facilities. 100% source segregation we are thinking, and imposing a fine for littering in public places. These are all under consideration, and I think going next year forward, we should want our budgets to pass resolution on May 1st to say that you don't litter in public places, you will be fined, and industrial waste, medical waste, e-waste, we will charge them differently and we will treat them differently. Next. We have a clean, green and model village program, the state government program where we like to converge with all the other departments and take it forward. So we have identified 2 village panchayats per block, so 776 panchayats, which will be strengthened in all aspects. The ODF plus what we are imagining will be the core of the model village. Next. Next. This is about the saturation approach. This is what from whatever my earlier panelist, Mr. Madhavan said, start with kitchen garden, then go to individual soap pit, then go to community soap pit, and then we will take up treating at the village panchayat. This is our hierarchy of schemes which you want to take up for the Greywater management. Next. So we are asking our village panchayat people along with the subsidiaries to go for a transact work, identify wherever you can put a soap pit, go for soap pit. If somebody has some piece of land behind the house, you can use it for kitchen garden. Then only we will say, okay, you don't have any these alternatives, then we will treat it for you at the village panchayat. Next. So the schemes which are converging for having a clean and green villages, SDM, NREGA, SFC fund and 15 FC grant. The convergence of different funds available. And once the small village is created, they also get incentive and the prize money. Next. So this is one village panchayat that I'm giving as an example. This is in Thuthukudi district. It has a population of 2,874 and 967 households. And it has all its schools and anganwadis have toilets. There's one moderator available, and it has 2 sanitary complexes. Next. Next, please. And this women's sanitary complex, I said, was constructed a long time back, but they still maintain beautifully. And they have kitchen garden, and for this, small food garden. So whatever revenue they generate from this is used for maintaining the garden. They pay the worker who is in the garden from the proceeds they draw from the selling of the foods. Next. So source segregation happens, and the biodegradable waste is converted into vermicomposting, and with the compost they get mini forest and also used for NREGA nursery. Next. Here you can see that they are packing their compost generated and then selling it to the farmers. Next.
Amuda, the next technical session is about to begin, so if you would kindly conclude.
Yes, sir. This is my last lecture. So I'm just trying to drive home a point that whatever we are doing in bits and pieces, we need to converge it together and with the community, take a decision and what is the options available and they take it forward. Unless they are convinced from the planning stage that what they are doing is in their benefit, they are not going to be maintaining it after the project is over. Next. So this is about the greywater management, and here you can see about how they are using for kitchen garden or for So right, Tamil Nadu, in every panchayat we have a great water and sanitation committee. It's one of the 6 committees at the panchayat level, and it's headed by the women member of the panchayat. Apart from the women member, you also have other grassroots level functionaries available who are there as part of the committee. Next. So their responsibility is to do a gap analysis to find out how the infrastructure are, the requests are required, new projects are required, take up village action plan preparation and get the approval of the Gram Sabha. Next. So these are the projects which have been taken up, and we encourage the community participation by the village panchayat, Gram Sabha. We also have a better agreement between the DWSM, the vendor and the village panchayat for the quality of the material supplied to the panchayat to the project. Next. Here I would like to show that how are we getting the different projects intertwined into the water area. You will see that we have a tank regeneration project under the state scheme called TAI. The money has been used for tank regeneration or source sustainability. Then we have Kudimaramatu, which is a traditional name for maintaining your own water bodies. And that scheme also we have regenerated the water bodies. And we have other state schemes. The focus is on origination of traditional ponds and water bodies for centering of the sources for the JJ schemes. Next. In ONM also, village panchayats are fully involved. EV charges and water charges we pay for the both the water board and the electricity department. Next. Some of the examples of water supply institutions. Next. Water quality testing for SAGs. Next. One example where you have a WhatsApp group at the panchayat level, wherever there is a complaint, they come back and say immediately acts on it. Next. Water quality testing via SAGs, they are running a campaign mode. Next. Some examples of people who have never got water at the doorstep are getting the water doorstep now in tribal habitations. Next. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda. So the role of rural local bodies, basically panchayats, in maintaining the whole water and sanitation sector, and how do we use 15th Finance Commission for this? This is the topic that we are discussing. Amanda gave an overview of how things have been done in Tamil Nadu. As you are aware, Karnataka has very strong systems of panchayats. We have 5,962 gram panchayats which are controlling 28,000 villages. So on average, there would be 4 to 5 villages per gram panchayat. Average population would be 5,000. So traditionally, gram panchayats have been devolved the function of both water and sanitation in the villages here, and the drinking water supply systems, the pipe water supply systems that were built under NRDWP and other schemes have been handed over to gram panchayats almost 20 years ago in Karnataka. So since then, the gram panchayats have been maintaining it. Since gram panchayats have been maintaining the water supply systems, when the Jaljeevan Mission comes, they play a very important role in deciding how to do retrofitting and augmentation of the village drinking water supply network, etc. So we have one about conducting, when we prepare the village action plan, Gram Sabhas have been conducted, Gram Panchayat meetings have been conducted. We have insisted that the Gram Panchayat, the signature of the Gram Panchayat Adhyaksha, here we call them Adhyaksha and Upadhyaksh, are taken on the village action plan. And later when the DPR is prepared, again the DPR is explained to the Gram Panchayat, and the signature of the Gram Panchayat, the Panchayat Development Officer, etc. Is taken. So that we tell them that when we implement the JJM, basically village-wide network is implemented. So the Gram Panchayat has a very important role of either implementing it, because we initially thought that we'll start the implementation, we'll get the implementation also done through the Gram Panchayats. But we faced with the problem that many of the pipe water supply networks that we had to create under JJM were vast, and the costs were running into 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, 70 lakhs. So there would be tendering involved. There is a Karnataka Transparency Tenders and Procurement Act in Karnataka, which anything above 5 lakhs is to be tendered. So tenders of course can also be called to Gram Panchayats. We used to have a worldwide funded project called Jaljeevan, which I used to implement in 2003-2005. That time Gram Panchayats used to call tenders. But under JJM we had to do it at a very fast pace also. So we have prepared the DPRs, consulted with the community, the Gram Panchayat approvals are taken, and then the drinking water supply, drinking water and sanitation department, which is the equivalent of PHE elsewhere, they have called for the tenders. So I would in fact desire much bigger role to Gram Panchayats in both at the stage of preparation of the action plan, the DPR, and they should know what they are doing it. And then we have conducted training programs for the Gram Panchayats. Our Gram Panchayats are 2-year-old now, 1.5 years. So as soon as the Gram Panchayats came into office, we have conducted extensive training programs of all the Gram Panchayat members. Face-to-face training programs of 90,000 plus Panchayat members have been done. In that we have also given a lot of input on JJM. So as a result, what is happening right now is that even though the execution is happening from the department, the oversight of the Gram Panchayat is there, and we are receiving a lot of complaints wherever that the quality is not good, they are not burying the pipe deep enough, and there are disputes over the pipe, because under JJM predominantly we are using SBPE pipe. So if some in villages if PVC pipe is used because the existing network is predominantly PVC. So complaints come saying that here SBPE pipe in local parlance is called as black pipe. They start complaining that we don't want this grey pipe, we want only black pipe. So there's a huge demand for SBPE pipe, and that is the kind of involvement the Gram Panchayats are showing in implementation of JJM. We also thought that since Gram Panchayats will have to be involved, there should be skin in the game for Gram Panchayats. So we have taken a part of the in-village infrastructure cost from 15th Finance Commission. We are asking Gram Panchayat to contribute, now we are asking them to contribute 5%. That is something that we are discussing with Government of India, whether that we should continue to do it or we should use 15th Finance Commission for other purposes. It could be source sustainability or it could be for greywater management. But right now, because 15th Finance Commission 5% is coming from 15th Finance Commission to JJM in-village works, so there is accountability, and Gram Panchayats are asking that we are taking our money, and we are also asking for community contribution. So community contribution, again, if you just ask for community contribution, Gram Panchayats are not, people are not coming forward. However, we have we have basically calculated that per household community contribution would work out to something like 1,000 to 1,500 rupees. So we are selling this as the household tap connection charge that the household has to pay. So because this is being insisted upon, again the village community is observing what we are doing. They are questioning us, saying that why are you designing a very costly scheme? It's very expensive. We are already getting water. Then we are because they have to pay 1,000 rupees or 1,500 rupees towards connection charge. There is an oversight. There is an oversight over the over JJM. So the point is that we have to very actively involve the Gram Panchayats in water and sanitation, because tomorrow they have to take over the asset and maintain it. In Karnataka, they have already taken over. The question of they again taking over will not create a problem because it's there. But if you design a scheme with no consultation with Gram Panchayats, then they will come back and say that we are not going to take over. You start maintaining it. And for a size of state of Karnataka or any of the bigger states, if you have to maintain 60,000 water supply schemes in 60,000 habitations or 28,000 villages, the department cannot do and should not do. And the other issue is of cost recovery. O&M is the responsibility of the Gram Panchayats. They are doing it, and there is a culture of collecting water rate. For individual tap connections, anywhere between 30 to 100 rupees per tap connection is being charged. For public stand post, 10 to 15 rupees is being charged. Now with JJM, 100% individual household connections will be given. So therefore, we are encouraging the Gram Panchayats to start collecting at least 30 to 50 rupees per household. And that does not cover the entire O&M cost, we know. But the remaining O&M cost also we will have to bring 15th Finance Commission. We will be using some part of 15th Finance Commission towards the salaries of the pump operators, and we will be using the SLC grants for paying electricity bills that was discussed in the morning. So for all these reasons, a very active involvement of Gram Panchayats is required. One is control of the cost itself, so that over designing doesn't happen, and we consult with the people and find out how do we go about designing a very efficient network. Number two, quality during construction can be ensured with an active involvement of Gram Panchayats. They know. And then number three, in distribution and networks also, there are disputes that certain streets get water at a higher pressure compared to other streets, and then those disputes have been there. There have been issues of equity and inclusion also in the Gram Panchayats. We have found that the certain areas have not been getting water, even though in theory network was there. We are implementing a flow control walls in all our systems. 10 to 12 liters per minute is the flow control wall, and so that earlier what was happening, particularly in low-lying areas, water was flowing at a very fast pace. In fact, a pot would get filled up in 30 seconds. Now, 1 minute to 1.2 minutes it takes for one to fill up, and that time it takes for it to fill up everywhere in the village. If you do it efficiently, and wherever we have done it, I have found it that people are becoming a little impatient, that it takes more time for the pot to fill. But everywhere in the village it's taking the same time for the pot to fill, and so therefore pressure is maintained. For all these issues, there is a very important role that the Gram Panchayats need to play, and we have tried our best to get the Gram Panchayats involved. There are always, of course, tensions between other elected representatives and Gram Panchayats, etc. But our best effort is to see that the Gram Panchayat is in the forefront of planning, execution and implementation. So these are general observations I wanted to share with you. If there are any questions, I think we should take.
I would like to add, saying that in many of the rural areas when we visit, they are happy with the public standpoints as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. They say water should be done. Because Tamil Nadu being a water-scarce state, so once in 3 days or once in 4 days, they are getting water rural areas. So saying we are happy with public transport, give us water regularly, we are happy with that. For that, whatever you can do, you do. For example, source sustainability, replace the pipeline and give us, or replace the overseas tank wherever the scheme. They are saying that it's not asking us to pay like 1,000 rupees and things like that to have a pipeline and not have water in future. They are talking about we are happy with public stand posts. Please give us water regularly in public stand posts. Please repair our existing overhead tanks and existing pipe network. We are happy with that. We want water regularly in the public stand posts. This is one of the few things which we did.
That's fair, although perhaps we need to get people out of a low expectations cycle. I mean, it's our own problem that people are unwilling to believe or unable to believe that they might get regular water even in their households.
Yes.
If there was any confidence in that, I think there would be no doubt about it.
Yes.
Generally, the men say there is no problem. We talk to women, they say that no, it's good that water is near
Any comments? Questions, comments? Anything anyone would like to add on their own experience?
Perfect. In the morning, my minister was also talking about the samvad which the chief minister had with the, particularly with the women folk, particularly on this issue which was been mentioned, and he has spoken to about the 10 to 12 villages, though it was a very long video sort of a thing about 1.5 hours, but we had compressed it into about 4.5 minutes. In case you would like to see that gives the, the reaction of these ladies, and some of them are also testing with the field test kit. If you allow, that can be, that is available, we got it edited, in case you would like to see that 4.5 minutes.
If you think it would add value to the discussion?
Take permission.
Yeah.
One field experience that I had while trying to create.
This could be uploaded.
Yes, sir.
While creating this concept, we want to create model panchayats in every district so that the others can learn from the district and replicate it. So, unique experience I had in Ramnad, where we actually tried to motivate all the ward members and panchayat president, vice president, and they all came on board. And they came up with very unique solutions. The moment we involved the village panchayat, the reflected representatives, in that particular village, there was no homestead land available, and there was no public land available for conveyance of construction of drains. So the panchayat came up with 5 the conveyance of water and brought it to a common point where there was a land available. And using vertical filters and horizontal soak pit filters, they managed to get all the, despite the non-availability of land, they managed to find
the solution out of it. So I feel that experience actually opened my eyes, and I thought maybe greywater management is more of a community-driven solution rather than an engineering solution. That's what was my impression.
Ma'am, another thing, in fact, Vintesh and there was a team of Government of India which has visited Burhanpur, which is our, as on date, only 100% saturated district. And of course, they went to Khandwa and Devas. So it's related to greywater treatment. So in fact, Vintesh was just discussing with me. I'll get a brief note with few photographs prepared so that it could be considered in the next Samvad. Here he has come out with a concept of source to sink. What he has done, that because all JJM, incidentally, Burhanpur is a district which is 100% on a groundwater based single village scheme, either new or retrofitted. So there he has mapped it from source to sink. So all the sources from where these SPS schemes have been done, and the other sources also, the GIS mapping has been done, and also of the sink. And at the sink, that is where the waters are terminating into different structures, there some sort of harvesting of that is being planned. So after this, now I think the video is, put in the voice also. And this is just 20 seconds, इसके बाद then संवाद शुरू हो जाएगा. So this will be edited. आवाज बढ़ा दीजिए.
मंत्री जी का तालियों से स्वागत करेंगे, अभिनंदन करेंगे हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी श्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का. बहुत ही सुंदर मोड़ ये छिंद से बना हुआ है. छिंदवाड़ा में छिंद एक पारंपरिक शिल्प है जिसके द्वारा ये निर्माण किया गया है. बहुत ही सुंदर मोर मुकुट. स्वादिष्ट संतरे भी छिंदवाड़ा के सोमर ब्लॉक से हैं. हमारे साथ सबसे पहले हैं भोपाल जिले के बिलखिरिया ग्राम से श्रीमती अनीता मालविया, सदस्य ग्राम जल एवं स्वच्छता समिति तथा फील्ड टेस्टिंग हेतु प्रशिक्षित महिला.
अनीता जी, जब ये घर में नल नहीं लगा था तो पानी कहाँ से लाना पड़ता?
मैं कुछ सब मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है. मेरी तकलीफ आपको बताने के लिए और मेरी गांव की बहनों को कितनी तकलीफ थी. हम 8 किलोमीटर दूर जाते थे पानी के लिए, कुओं के पास जाते थे, हेडपंपों पे जाते थे, और वहाँ इतनी भीड़ रहती थी कि हम 1-2 घंटे पानी के लिए लंबा लगाते थे.
सीहोर जिले से ग्राम सतपिपलिया से हमारे साथ हैं श्री मंगलेश वर्मा जी, सरपंच एवं अध्यक्ष ग्राम जल एवं स्वच्छता समिति.
पर्याप्त पानी मिल रहा है? पर्याप्त मात्रा में. पानी का स्वाद कैसा है?
Should be serious to us. I think let's finish the technical section. We'll come back to this again. Let's finish the technical sessions. Unless anyone else wants to make a comment on the role of rural local bodies.
Madam, one of the important things over the various pilots that happened in Karnataka and elsewhere, the external aided projects, is that village water and sanitation committee is an important unit for management of water supply program. But however, what is happening is in JJM, I feel that we are not giving enough impetus to the institution of PWC in terms of strengthening it and giving its clear role. And maybe we need to look into the introspect how we can strengthen this institution of PWC. We are only talking up to Gram Panchayat level, but we need to go down. Thank you.
I just have a small point. While discussing and deciding about the topic on which we were discussing, 15, the Finance Commission and rural local bodies, we thought that we can have the views from the states also and from your side also as to how we can use e-Gram Swaraj system, which is an end-to-end portal, and all of us know that this is one of the best solutions for planning, monitoring, and providing ultimate utilization of the money. Because we have so many panchayats in our states that it will be manually very difficult to monitor all that. So, what is the experience of states? We have been seeing that on the e-Gram Swaraj system, things are not in that big way, which can help us and also help you to monitor the thing. You want to say something on that?
So I think
Since you might be having better utilization through e-Gram Swaraj, I don't know.
No, we're not facing any problem with the e-Gram Swaraj. Actually, we are able to upload the plans and we are able to book expenditure on e-Gram Swaraj.
We had problems, and I met the Secretary Mr. Kumar. The utility charges currently cannot be paid, whether they are paying for the EV or for the water charges. We are not able to pay on the portal. So we explained to him the difficulty we are facing, because normally it is for the vendor or something like that, but for utility we could not do it. So we have raised that issue with them, and they are looking at the portal and they said they will get back to us. So otherwise our plans are uploaded and they are able to make expenditure. Only for utility payment they did not have provision, which we have raised the issue with the MOP.
About other states, maybe Andhra Pradesh, with respect to maybe you can add upon Swachh Bharat Mission also.
Sir, the Gram Swaraj, the e-Gram Swaraj portal, we are not having a problem, but one thing is that we are not able to use very effectively. That's what my understanding is. So because some DPDPs are uploaded, some other things are there, but still its effective utilization we have not been able to make. So now we have, in fact, this sanitation and drinking water, more than 50% of foreign function funds we have to spend. Despite the fact we have figured that more than 55% have been spent, but if we start monitoring village-wise, that clarity is not there for which work, how it has been spent, and whether it has been really spent or not. So all those things are there. So I think we need some more time to stabilize this whole system. Meanwhile, we were also facing some software problems also as Tamil Nadu was telling. So we also told them to help us. So that was also there. But I can only say that it's not being used very effectively in Andhra Pradesh. Sir, as far as this other thing was SBMG. SBMG, we are actually solid waste we are doing quite well. Because from last 2 years we are doing so. They are doing quite well end-to-end. Now we have taken up the end-to-end tie-up for all the villages by October. I mean, our plan is because on 2nd October, our Honorable Chief Minister launched this program last year. He has given a target of 1 year that you have end-to-end tie-up for all the villages. So accordingly, we are in, and also this solid waste anyway, this door-to-door collection, transportation, then SWPCs, and then finally disposal of this biodegradable and non-biodegradable that we are doing in more than 3,000 villages, but all villages we have planned to get. As far as liquid waste is concerned, we have already surveyed, as I told in morning also, some 1900 we have identified, 1935. We are going to take up the mostly community soap pits because individual soap pits are all anyway being done in Narega and told. So community soap pits mostly we are taking where more than 10, 12, 20 households are there. And in some places this STP is also being constructed. So we are seeking finance consent. We have already moved the file. Very soon we are going to start. FSTPs we have mapped whole state. 56 places we have identified where we are going to take up. In fact, we wanted to take in phased manner, but then CM told no, you take all in one go. We told 23 we will take in this year, and then 23 another. No, he told all 43 we are going to take up. We have tied up with this corporation, this national for vehicle financing, sir, because we are going in.
With
regard to this fecal strategy, sir, actually we have above 5,000 villages, 1,900 villages are there in the state. There more than 55% septic tanks were there already constructed. There this desludging vehicles are collecting this already filled septic tanks. There this problem of disposal of this fecal strategies came up. Then as per our honorable Chief Minister's instructions, we are tying up these desludging missions from NSKFDC and we are integrating with the urban also. So we are using the existing FSTP plants in the urban, and as well as wherever this more than 30 kilometers distance is there from the plant, there we are constructing the FSTPs in the rural areas. That is how our government is going. Sir, I want to add one particular point with regard to the e-gram Swaraj, sir. Sir, portal is very good, sir, in building the transparency in the local bodies, sir. Actually, there is a tussle between the local needs as well as our both government of India and the state government priorities, sir. So we need to balance this bridges, sir. That's why the entry in that particular system is also very slow, sir. Now, as per the Principal Secretary's instructions, now we started entering the data in the e-gram Swaraj, sir. Might be 10 or 15 days will pick up, sir.
Yeah, I think we would like to request everyone to please take a look at how the data entry is taking place in your respective states. If the e-gram Swaraj data is not input properly, there will be problems in in analysis going forward, and B, you have to give the principal ACS's principal secretaries have to give a certificate saying that the money has been spent on the water and sanitation activities as required. You probably find it difficult to give those certificates and receive the next installments of the grants. And while we are saying this, I do hope each one of you has given that certificate for the first installment of this current year, because we want to release you your second installment quickly. And we've really shortcut, and we've done away with all verification at the national level. We are trusting your certificate. So please do make sure that if the expenditures have happened and you give us the certificate in time, let's release you your second installment for the current year under the time component of the transmission.
I think I'll also add one more request, which is emanating from his suggestion from Andhra, that they have worked out a state level plan for FSTPs for people's wealth management. I think state level plan for people's wealth management taking into account the existing infrastructure of STPs and also the requirement of urban and local bodies that is required to be done by all the states. Until unless we have made a plan, we will not be able to proceed further. So this is my earnest request to everyone.
As a part of that plan, you also want to encourage everyone to review if any of the single pit toilets can be converted at this stage now to twin pits. So that has to be the first priority, as we all know. Can we review that in a time-bound manner? Get your Swachh to get again to perhaps assess the situation on ground. If the toilets are not functional, how do you get them functional? If they're single pit and can be converted into twin pit, how do you get them converted into twin pit? If there's anything you want to suggest to us, please let everyone know. But let's, before we start doing a lot of mechanized sludge removal and FSTPs, STPs, let's see if at least in the remoter areas of the country, people are going to accept, as Amna pointed out, we do need to have people accept that this is a good solution. But I think all of us in this room are convinced that it is a good solution in most situations, and if in your situation it is, then please move in that direction before we start creating for ourselves a problem that might become too large to handle.
Ma'am, as Arun sir suggested, ma'am, we already have developing a plan along with the Urban Development Department of Tamil Nadu. We are mapping all the STPs and FSTPs commonly owned rural areas and urban areas. Then based on that, we are getting tagging village panchayats and rural panchayats, urban panchayats and rural panchayats to a facility. So that we have one facility where both of them can come and decant feeder sludge selected. So that we can define a radius and see one plant, population, how much is generated, time for decanting. We can develop clusters based FSTP. So that's the plan we are developing. And once it's ready, we share it.
If you kindly allow, can I have a question?
Yes, this one.
Good evening, sir. I have a question for Atik, sir. Now, with your experience in the rural water supply and all. Sir, I was just thinking that if we can basically engage the school students in senior secondary level or in the higher secondary level in even designing the water supply system, where we can make a software as easy like a play tool, and maybe we can engage them in water quality testing in the form of a curriculum or in the form of a project. If that helps in increasing the awareness amongst the villagers, and they will also feel happy, and that they are able to design a system, whether it is wastewater or water, for their own village or in the nearby villages. Thank you, sir.
We can certainly think about it. Actually, student, the promotion of sanitation through schools has been a very old idea. UNICEF has been trying that, and school cabinets have been made, etc. It's certainly a good idea. Generally, the ideas do not sustain it. But in terms of asking the schools, students, higher secondary students to design systems, etc., I don't know. We can give a project, etc., school project, and ask them to look at it. Even secondary school 11th, 12th students, it could be an activity. That's not a bad idea.
Thank you very much for that highly enlightening session. We now move on to another, let's give a round of applause for all the panelists. And we now move on to the final panel discussion of today, panel discussion on quality aspects and grievance addressals that was told today at the last minute, the implementation of the Jaljeevan Mission. Please put your hands together for the panel of participating chief engineers and engineering chiefs. You can all be a part of this panel. I would request Dr. H.S. Prakash Kumar to kindly come over, and the moderator, Sri A. Muralidharan, Deputy Advisor. Mrs. Vasanta, Engineering Director.
While this transition happens, since schools were mentioned, I do want to request all of you, since we are here together. 8th March is International Women's Day. Arun and his team are putting together something on promoting menstrual waste management and prioritizing schools. So please look at that, also see how menstrual waste management is happening in your states and what all can be done to make that happen.
Team Secretary, Ma'am, and Mission Director, and all senior officers from different states, thank you for this opportunity. An important topic on quality aspects of the implementation of Jaljeevan Mission, as well as demands to be touched in this panel discussion. As you all are aware, the best advertisement for any product is its quality. When the Honorable Prime Minister of India, when he spoke about in the post-budget meeting, he told an excellent sentence. He said that the quality of the pipe laid, and that of the water that flows through it, both must be ensured. This was the sentence. The quality of the pipe that is being laid and the quality of the water that flows through it, both must be ensured. So this was his statement. And the mission, in fact, has got an institutional mechanism for ensuring the quality. It has suggested for the third-party inspection agencies for maintaining the quality of all the works being taken up. And out of this, 9 states and 9 states and union territories who are part of this discussions today, we have only 4 states that have actually opening the services of third-party implementation agencies. With Karnataka having 16, Kerala 9, Madhya Pradesh 18, Tamil Nadu 9, and rest 5 are yet to actually impanel. So we request you to kindly impanel these third-party inspection agencies who are actually going to be your factor of safeties in terms of protecting you from any future issues. The mission, in fact, sent a detailed letter on 13th July 2020, as before the 13th July 2020, listing out 11-point cheat sheet that gave what exactly is to be done as part of maintaining the quality in the form of empaneling the third-party inspection agencies. A simple Google search even now will give you that letter which is incidentally signed by our director Pradeep Singh. So that gives you an excellent idea as to how you can go about that. So on all India level, I can say out of these 31 states, we have only 17 states that are empaneled with the third-party inspection agencies. The quality of the mission not rests only to civil. It has got civil works, mechanical works, electrical, instrumentation, hydraulic, and even sometimes water resources engineering also. So the gamut of the quality is quite big. It's a huge challenge. In the panel discussions, we will have three eminent people who will be telling us about what actually is being done in this. The first one would be by Mr. Dr. Prakash Kumar, who is a senior chief engineer and a commissioner in Karnataka Engineering Services, who has put in more than 30-35 years of service, and he has worked in road sector and in public health engineering. And the second one would be by Mr. Vasanta. She is an engineering director in Tamil Nadu Water Supply and Drainage Board. And she will be talking about the quality aspects, how it is being done at the Jaljeevan Mission in Tamil Nadu. And that will be followed by Mr. Venkatesabati, who will be telling us how the grievance redressal is being handled by the Kerala Water Authority. And I would like just to point one point here. 2 days before, we had a meeting with the major bike manufacturers in the country, in the ministry. Honorable Minister was present on the delegation, it was also done by the Secretary and others. In fact, one of the suggestions that came out in that meeting by the pipe manufacturers was that, sir, the quality of the pipe alone is not the one which determines the functionality of your tap. In fact, many times we have seen on the ground that the JCBs dig out the pipe, pipe that is laid, pipes are laid. The same JCB just pushes all these boulders inside and breaks the pipes. So even before actually you do the first hydraulic test, there are certain issues in terms of quality of material that is used and quality of the workmanship that is actually adopted. So there are many issues in the qualities. So how it is to be avoided, what mechanisms are to be put in place. So we will now hear from this panel here. May I now request Dr. Prakash Kumar to kindly share his views.
Thank you, Murali. Good afternoon, madam, and good afternoon, sirs, and good afternoon to one and all people. So I'd like just to present what measures we are adopting in our state to see that the work, particularly under JJM, is of very good quality. So I would like to take you all through these topics. So in that order, next please. So the need, of course, as Mr. Muralidharan was saying, there is a need for maintaining the quality of works, quality of material, and other aspects. And that is because generally in civil engineering works we have this quality control mechanism. But here the stage has come now. In all other fields we have upgraded that to quality assurance. Similarly, we need to have quality assurance also in Jaljeevan Mission works. And because of the large number of works which are spread across the entire state, roughly about 20,000 odd works will be happening across the state at any particular point of time. And because of this large number, maintaining quality will be a real tough task. And because of the spread also, we will have to travel from one corner of the state to the other corner to see that the works are happening and to find out the quality. And also, we have a task of completing these Jaljeevan Mission works in a time-bound manner. And because of the hurry, we should not lose the control of quality. And at the local level, the contractors also are not very much aware of the quality, or in the rest of the work they may try to miss on quality. And the skilled labor, because of the huge number of works, the quantum of works which we have, availability of skilled labor across the state for all the works is also a challenge. So with mentioning these are the needs, and the aim is of course to see that ultimately whatever we do or whatever we complete will be of the best of the quality that is possible under the circumstances. Next please. And quality definitions, earlier we used to have this quality control as a thing about 10 years back. And now we have quality assurance as the criteria that is need to be adopted. And quality assurance, all these definitions everybody will be knowing. I don't want to repeat all these things. So we will be anyhow sharing these things if anybody wants, and these definitions are well known. Next please. And I would like to emphasize that whenever we say quality, generally what you think is quality of civil engineering works. But I would say that quality of only civil engineering works will not suffice for proper completion of the program of the mission. I just put the quality in different stages. And the quality starts actually from the village action plan which we prepare. If you prepare a good action plan, then that is like half done, we can say. Then that will form the basis for the DPR preparation. And for preparation of this DPR, again, quality aspects need to be kept in mind. And even tendering, we need to maintain quality. The aspect of quality, I am going to explain these things in next slides. And of course, execution of the works, and at the time of trial run after completion of the works, before handing them over to the Gram Panchayats or the VWSCs. So here, quality aspects in the village action plan will be, we need to look into the quality of the water source that is being supplied. If the quality of the water is not appropriate, then we will have to search for water which is of good quality, or else we will have to find out what are the methods of treatment that need to be adopted to give the potable quality of water to the people. Next is the requirement of the villagers. Normally what we do is, as engineers, when they go to the field or a village, they don't try to talk to the people. They simply go there, find out what is there in the village and try to provide a plan. That will not be appropriate. Unless we talk to the people in the villages or the VWSs and the Gram Panchayat members, we will not be knowing what is their requirement actually and what is present or existing in the village. Then only we can have a proper plan. And then we need to study what are the existing facilities that are available in a village. Unless we know this, we can't have quality product at the end. The second stage is with respect to DPR. And when we prepare the DPR, we need to find out, we need to be sure that the quantity that we are going to provide in the DPRs are appropriate or of optimum requirement. And we need to have appropriate materials. Selection of materials is also very, very important. If we don't select appropriate materials, then the final end product again will not be good. Then appropriate specifications. So the engineers know that we need to have proper specifications if we have to monitor quality in the field at the time of execution. This is the second stage of quality, I would say. Then at the time of tendering, we need to have transparency and we need to have appropriate conditions for the selection of contractors, if at all if we are going through tendering. Or if we are not going through tendering, if the works are being executed through Gram Panchayats or any other means, then we will have to tell them how to execute the work. Then I will take up the execution quality aspects at a later date. And at the time of, after completing the work, at the time of trial run, if you have to see that the goal or the aim of the program or the mission is achieved, then we need to see these things. The quality of water, as Mr. Muralidharan was saying, the quality of pipe itself will not be sufficient. The quality of water that is supplied to the houses is very, very important, because that is the water that people will be using. And whether they get with adequate pressure and adequate quantity. These are the things which are to be kept in mind before we complete, we say that the work is completed and to be handed over to the VWSC or the Gram Panchayats. Next slide. And during the execution of works, which generally will be very, very important, in our state we follow these procedures. We say that all the engineers in the field, right from assistant engineer or a junior engineer and the next level assistant executive engineer and the executive engineer, they will have to inspect all the works and find out or check the quality of the works. Then in addition to this, we have adopted one more system. We have got some engineers working in the head office here at Bangalore. We depute these engineers to the field at regular interval. These people also will go visit the works which are happening and try to verify the quality of the works and try to guide the people in the field who are implementing the works. And the TPIS, the third party institutions. Most of the districts in our state have empaneled these third party institutions, and they will be in charge of verifying the quality of the works that are happening in those districts, in the respective district. And they will be reporting their checking or the verifications to the respective chief executive officers and the respective executive engineers. They will take the corrective measures if at all things are not happening properly. And the executive engineers have been actually instructed to get the quality of the pipes which are being supplied. Predominantly, water supply works are made up like about 60 to 70% of the cost will be on the pipes. And if the quality of the pipe is not appropriate, then there will be problem in the further commissioning of the work. So all these pipes which are being supplied, we have made it mandatory that these pipes will have to be got tested by CPET. That is one of the premier institutes of Government of India. Here we have one institute in Mysore, one in Bangalore, and one they are trying to establish in northern Karnataka. And we try to take the support of the CPET institute, which is established in Hyderabad also for the surrounding areas. And we have made it mandatory that all these pipes, not the pipes from the factory, but the pipes which are actually supplied to the field, these samples will have to be taken by the CPET officials only. The pipes will not be given and supplied to them or delivered to them. They will have to come to the site, they will have to collect the samples, take it back to their laboratories, test, and then give the results. Only if it passes in the CPET test, then only we allow such pipes to be used in the field for laying and completing the work. Next slide. These are the tests which are being conducted by CPET Institute. These are as per the IS codes, respective IS codes of whether it is PVC pipe or HDPE pipe or anything. Next please. Then in addition to all this, the lessons what we have learned from one of the other flagship programs of Government of India, that is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. There we have 3-tier quality monitoring system. One is the first tier will be the field people or the engineers who are all involved, right from JEs up to the chief engineer level. Second tier will be a panel of quality monitors which will be set up at the state level by empaneling retired chief engineers or engineering chiefs. And third tier will be the retired chief engineers or engineering chiefs who are empaneled at the Government of India level. So here, of course, we have third party verification institute at the district level to oversee that and to see that the works, the quality of the works do not suffer. Now we have recently empaneled a panel of quality monitors at the state level. We call them as state quality monitors, and we have a cell here established at the chief engineer office, and 2 people who are sitting here at the chief engineer's office will be overseeing all these quality aspects. What they do is, we will have the list of the works which are happening, which are ongoing or which are recently completed, etc. And these quality monitors will be assigned to a particular work from the headquarters itself. They will have to visit that particular work, they will have to check the quality and then report to the state office. And if at all if there is any lacuna or if there is any difference, then the field people will be asked to rectify that. So this is the new thing which we have introduced here in our state, that is the panel of state quality monitors. And next please. Also here the state quality monitors are the panel who go to the field. We are not asking them to check only the civil engineering work or the civil engineering quality aspects. We are asking them to verify whether the water is reaching all the houses if the work is completed, and at adequate pressure and at adequate quantity. As our ACS was saying, we have adopted or we are using this flow control valves which have fixed discharge capacities. They start from 5 liters per minute to 10, 15, 20, depending on the need of the villagers. We are going to provide appropriate size of this flow control valve so that water reaches to all the houses simultaneously at with the required quantity of flow. And also the pressure also will be maintained. We ask these monitors to check whether the water reaches all the houses, particularly selecting the houses which are very far, the houses which are nearer, and houses which are at an elevated place. And that kind of thing also they will have to check. And with respect to the other materials, they will be finding out or checking whether the third party institutes which are empaneled or engaged at the district level are doing their job appropriately, whether the compliances have been given to the observations made by the third party agencies, or whether the compliances have been given to the inspections which are made by the state quality monitors earlier, etc. All these things will be looked after, and these works will be graded into three categories. That is, one is the quality of the work which is good or satisfactory, and the quality of the works which are satisfactory but require some improvement, and the quality of the works which are not satisfactory. And they will be verified with respect to these in different parts. Like in part 1, the local executive engineer will be giving all the details of the works, the general details. And next, these people, the panel which visits the work, particular work, they will be looking into these 6 items which are mentioned here. And for all the aspects, they are going to actually conduct the test in the field. They will have to attach the photographs along with the report. And we have a very detailed report which is similar to the PMGSY quality monitoring report. And we have modified appropriately for our water supply works. And these are the aspects which are being, which will be tested or verified by the quality monitors, and they will be reported. And these are the 3 gradings which will be given. And wherever the works are found to be unsatisfactory, it may be a particular portion of work or a particular item, then we will ask them to redo that. If it is SRI, that is satisfactory but requires improvement, then we will ask them to correct the defects and then improve it, or if it is satisfactory, we accept it. All these things will be monitored at the state level by the state quality monitoring cell, and if it is found to be unsatisfactory, then we try to get the compliances, and the next inspection again we will be sending one of the quality monitors to such works where they are found to be unsatisfactory or wherever improvements are required. They will have to check again and report back to us and say that the works are brought to satisfactory level. Then only we accept it and we conclude that and say that the work is completed as per the quality requirements. These are the formats I will just run through because it will take more time. Hope it will last. This is a very detailed format which we have prepared. Those states who are interested, then we can share them. For each item, we will have a particular grading, that is either it is satisfactory or needs improvement or unsatisfactory. And overall, for the entire work also, at the end, it has to be graded as either satisfactory or SRI or unsatisfactory. Now, not only verifying the quality, but before that, we need to prepare our people, our agencies, the contractors, or our engineers, or even to start with the BWSC members also to accept these works and to find out or to check whether the quality work is being executed in the field. So we have almost trained most of the BWSC members, most of the districts. We have made them aware about the JJM program, and they are now aware. As our ACS was saying, many of the places, people say that we have sufficient water, we are having a tap connection, and they may say that we don't need further work there. And in some cases, they say that we don't accept this kind of pipe, we need a particular kind of pipe, and of the pipe which has been provided long back, it is almost dilapidated, and we need that to be replaced. Such kind of suggestions also we get from the BWSC members because we made them aware of the mission program. And the training of other staff, that is all our engineers, and even the supervisors of the contractors, we are training them. We have recently started the training program, and all these programs probably will be completed in a month or two. Once that is done, people will be aware of the quality, because unfortunately in our state we don't have a regular cadre of water supply engineers. The department is freshly begun, and we are getting people from deputed from public works department or other department. But basically they are all engineers and they can catch up very fast, and once these trainings are done, they will be capable of doing this. Not only with respect to quality of these works, we are training the VWAC members and also our engineers with respect to testing the quality of water using the field testing kits and also testing the water samples in our laboratories which are established across the state. We have about 80 laboratories, 32 district laboratories and about 48 taluka level laboratories established across the states to test the quality of water. And we are seeing now many of the private people also, they are bringing water samples to our laboratories to get them tested. And we have got about 15 labs, district level labs, already NABL accredited. And we are in the process of getting recognitions of these taluka level laboratories also. And we have got 2 good state level referral laboratories, one of Pollution Control Board and one some private institute in the northern part of the state. And also not only that, in future, once these works are handed over to the VWACs or the Gram Panchayat, then the maintenance, of course, in our state, the maintenance of these schemes are happening by the Gram Panchayats and the VWAC team since long, about 20 years. But still, people change and new people will be coming. And once we hand over these schemes, they need to be trained to have proper maintenance of these schemes. So we are training the plumbers, the masons and electricians locally available, the watermen of the Gram Panchayats, and even some kind of training about the awareness of all these things to the VWAC and the Gram Panchayat members also. Waiting for the and we have circulated some general drawings also for all these districts and the Gram Panchayats where the works are happening, so that proper alignment of the pipeline is made and proper provision for the metering etc. being made. Otherwise, if they are improperly set, then the ratings etc. will not be proper. And we have many big schemes, the multi-village schemes. The quality of these schemes are being maintained through appointing the PMCs, actually mainly the project monitoring cells actually, consultants rather, and they will be maintaining or looking into these qualities in addition to what our engineers will be seeing. And we would like to empanel a team for verifying these multi-village schemes also. That is still under the process. Next please. So these are the aspects which we have adopted in our state to maintain the quality of the works, particularly the Jaljeevan Mission.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that was a very nice presentation. I now request Mrs. Vasanta, Engineering Director, Platform to quickly tell how actually Tamil Nadu is ensuring the quality of works of the Jaljeevan Mission.
Well, I begin this year. So, in Tamil Nadu Water Supply and Drainage Board, we are executing major water supply schemes. We call as ABS. But for example, the Boganegal Water Supply Scheme that covers 9,500 habitations which are fluid affected. We supply 140 MLD of water to all these habitations. So 10,000 kilometers of pipeline has been laid. So God is executing such major projects. So these projects are executed by turnkey system. So turnkey system means all the materials of the project should be supplied by the contractor. See, in major project, 60 to 70% of the DPR cost is for the material. So it is very much essential. We need to get quality material from the contractor, also the workmanship. So for this, TOD has one separate big scheme quality monitoring squad at head office, and they will monitor the entire state. Under them, there is 13 assistant executive engineers in 13 circle office for quality assurance and technical audit. They will do it. So such a big monitoring system we have. So explain. So first of all, we concentrate on the material. Whenever the material is supplied to us, we will refer that CML number, that is certification mark license number, that we will a product license is verified from the BAS. First whether the license is active and now it is verified. Then we appoint third party inspection agencies for all the region, 4 regions we have. So we appoint a third party check. So before delivery of the pipe or concept or any material, these third party inspection agencies will visit the factory itself and they will issue the certificate. They will check that and they will issue the certificate. As soon as the materials arrive at the site, we will ask for the pre-delivery inspection certificate only. We will check that. Then our engineers will take sampling from the pipes and whatever the material we receive at the site, our engineers will take the sample. So after they will send it to the laboratories. We have 4 labs in our next. We have 4 laboratories all over the state. One at Madurai, another at Coimbatore, Trichy, Gurgaon. So in these 4 regional laboratories, we conduct tests for all the materials, including cement, steel, porous aggregate, sand, brick, everything we test. All pipes, DA, PVC, HDP, GA. We have this facility for testing of the materials in our own lab. It is maintained by board. Then even the filter media, then we design the concrete mix, then electrical cable. Even now we are using, instead of sand, we are using crushed sand. Even that also we are testing in our lab. Once it is tested, then only based on the liquidity satisfies all the parameters, then only we take the material and we take the measurement also in the supply level. Then to ensure this, whether the same material is used at the site, the quota engineers will visit the site. So whether the same material which has passed here in the lab is utilized for the work in the field. So that is why the quota engineer role comes. So whatever the parameters we will check in our lab. In all the lab we check cement for fineness as per IS code. We will check all the parameters we will check. For J, pipe, PVC, everything as per IS standard, we will check all the parameters. Then if it passes only, we will take this and record. Next. Every all materials. Then even the water which is used for the construction will be tested. Then only it will be utilized for the project. Then for MS grade we don't have testing facility in our lab, and we are going to have that one also. So we will get it done in BHEL which for MS grade alone. Next one. So how we sample the material? We have given clear-cut direction to the field how they have to sample for each material: cement, steel, sand, porous aggregate, brick, even PVC pipe. They have to take 3 numbers of 1.5 meter length of each size, then 2 numbers socket side or 1 number cigar side, and 5 numbers of rings each 5 centimeter cut at different pipes with make, ISA number, CML number, batch number, etc. So for every 6 kilometers, they have to take 1 sample for the pipes. So like this, we collect for all the pipes for PVC, UPVC, GI pipe, stoneware pipe, DI pipe. For all, even filter medias, we collect the sampling as per the procedures, and then this we will hand it over to our engineers will hand it over to our lab, regional labs. And that after conducting the test, after the test result passes, with this plot is maintaining everything online. So the test will be available online. This will be viewed in our head office also. SPMS wing will view it, and anytime they will go anywhere and they will check the quality. If the sample fails, they have to take a resample. The superintendent engineer will go to the site and he will take a separate sample, resampling. Even if that fails, then the total consignment has to be removed from the site. In our presence, that will be removed, then another consignment will come. Then we will take only quota AWD from the lab only. They will go and collect the sample after that. Then they will contact. If the sample passes, they will allow it to use it for the construction. So only after passing out all the tests only, it will be allowed to use in the construction. So such how we are maintaining. Then there is a lab testing format. This is the online format. The next one. Next. This water format. Then there is a testing facility. So this is strictly we maintain the quality of materials, not only pipe, all the materials, cement, stand, all the person, sand, everything we test and we place. So we bulk transfer, we do, to our board is doing bulk transfer up to the OST, service reliability. RT is distributing water to the rural. Now under Jaljeevan Mission also we are executing bigger projects. So quality is very much essential. So we maintain quality at the most efficient way.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, in fact, Mission visited the Coimbatore laboratory, and we were told that none of the samples are received by hand. Most of them are, all of them have to come only through couriers, and there is no way you can actually manipulate the test results because they are all online, they are all linked to the computers. All your test machines are actually having such instrumentation so that the test results directly go to the computer and it actually gets reflected in the headquarters. So there's no way one can do any manipulation of the test results. That's really very good. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I request Venkatesh Shakti, the Managing Director of the Kerala Water Authority, to talk about the grievance redressal that they have. Come to the questions after.
I'll make a very small presentation to give to all distinguished dignitaries. First one is utilization of the local resources. Aqualoop is a software created by PKM Engineering College, which is the adjacent district to Tiruvanaന്തപുരം as their final year project. And it was lying as such in a very small way. And in 2020, we started increasing its space and we tested in few of the areas and we expanded throughout. The mission is to go for a digitalized, transparent, user-friendly consumer redressal system. Kerala is going for a 100% digitally governed state by August 2022. So all the services are made online. So our consumer redressal mechanism also needs to be made online. So this system, the Aqualoop, arrives from PKM Engineering College. We conduct hackathons for these type of products to come in. Incidentally, 21 DPRs have been prepared for the rivers at less than 1% of the cost that we will be giving to any private agency. Now, receiving the complaints, we used to receive lots of complaints in all our mobiles. The first thing we did was changing the caller queue. It simply says that this is the software mechanism, 1916 is the toll-free number. Kindly make any type of complaint or suggestion or recommendation in that. Once a complaint is received, there is a 24/7 call center mechanism which transfers online to the assistant engineers and the overseers. The docket number will be created and it will be sent by SMS to the complainant if he is providing a mobile number. Next please. So they can register the complaints in Aqualoop website directly, they can give a call, they can WhatsApp, they can SMS. These are the mechanisms that is available. 1916 is the toll-free number, they will not know who is the officer who is handling it. Once it is received by our people, SMS will be sent to the consumer as well as to the field officers. Next please. This is the call center we have started in 2021 in a formal manner. Otherwise it was a small unit with 5 members. Now it has 20 members who are fully trained. Next please. Now the SMS format is shown on the other side. Your complaint is registered with docket number. With this docket number at any time you can verify the KWA website to know what is the status of the complaint. And then the SMS goes to the field officer in the CUG number. That this is the type of complaint, this is the complaint details and we have a service condition depending on the type of complaint. Next please. Now this is the login window for the call center executives. Different mechanisms and modules are available for the overseers, the engineers, the call center executives as well as the consumer. This is the module for the call center executives. Next. They can register directly. That is the that is shown here. Next please. This is the software. Every field officer has been given training. They have been given ID and password, and it comes directly to their inbox. And they will be given an SMS. So in the evenings, once they receive all these SMS, they can go into the system and they can rectify all these issues. Next please. This is the field level officer. It will show different types and different levels in which the complaint is still pending. Attended, unattended, what type of issues there. Next please. This is the field level officer just to show a sample. Next. And every single aspect is reviewed by the senior officers. The senior officer can also verify everything. Not only the senior officer, it is open to the public also. The main idea is in Kerala Water Authority, no data is officers' data, no data is private data. Every data is public data. So every single data is available in the website. Next please. This is the report at the division level where the executive engineers can have a look at it and they will be able to know how many have been resolved, how many have been unresolved, etc. Next please. This is the dashboard of Aqualum software to give you a gist. 93% compliance is there. 93% complaints are addressed. It is not a 100% perfect system. There are still areas we need to improve, still areas where we cannot give any solution. So 93% complaints, we believe that it is a good one. Next one. There are several advantages. I have mentioned all of them. You know, we are going in the mobile era and these advantages are inbuilt and inherent. Next. Consumer, it is a simple one. On the go, you can give a complaint. You are going in a car, you see a pipe burst, you give a complaint. That's all. Next one. Overall, it has improved our consumer satisfaction level because I am not getting any calls. So the number of calls the MD is receiving has reduced to a tremendous extent. And if somebody is calling, my caller tune will be please contact 1916. And it is a digitalized transparent system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Greywater. Now the floor is open for questions.
I have a question to Dr. Prakash. What is your experience with CPET in terms of how much lead time they take for testing? That is number one. And second, what is your view for making all the reports that are inspection reports that are available, say from JE, state office, third party inspection agency, or even state level monitor in a public domain?
First is CPET definitely it is taking a little bit of time. So we are trying to plan, and I have had a meeting with the CPET officials and I have asked them to increase their staff. They wanted to open 2 more offices. They have got it approved and they are going to open. So that is one thing. Of course, it takes some time, but if you have to maintain quality, yes, bear that. Second is, there is nothing wrong in making things public. They need to be transparent. So we have not yet done that, but we would like to do it. That is always good, because people also will be aware. And what is more transparent is like the BWSCs or the Gram Panchayat members or even the villagers are aware of what is happening. And they look at their work and they point out whether the quality is good or not. So that is much more transparent.
How this source selection has been done is being done in Karnataka? What is the role this source finding committee and all that? We just one liner in the guideline and source finding committee must be there. How you are managing in Karnataka regarding the source finding committee? How the source will be sustainable for how many periods? How you define those? How many people you engage in that?
At the district level, we have the source finding headed by the chief executive officers. We have our executive engineers. We have geologists, hydrogeologists from our department, from Mines and Geology department, and wherever it is possible, the central government. So, because basically it is the geologists who can understand, particularly if it is a portal. Otherwise, if it is a reservoir take, we have the engineers from Mineral Irrigation Department as well as Major Irrigation Department as members of this source. So, looking into the levels, taking the history like about 50 years data, 30 years data, whatever is available, we try to find out whether the source is sustainable or from what level the water will have to be drawn if it is a surface water scheme. If it is a borewell scheme, then the geologist, the hydrogeologist who will suggest what measures will have to be taken for making it sustainable. So this is at the district levels. And we have a state technical agency, STA, which is constituted here at the head office level. They will be asking about the sustainability of the source whenever a project is proposed. Only after getting confirmed that the source is sustainable, then only we go ahead and go for preparation of PSRs and others.
Any other questions or can we close the session?
Excuse me, sir. Just as you know, I have a suggestion here.
I'm KK Somaria, Chief from Bhopal. Sir, as you said, the SDP pipes are being widely used all over the country for the distribution man, and the seepage is being the pre-delivery tests are being done by the seepage in your state. The same is the situation, and same tests are being same agency is being deployed in our state also, and the seepage inspections, pre-delivery inspection is being done by seepage. And what other measures are being followed in your state or other states to check the quality of the pipes or to ascertain the quality of the pipes, apart from the seepage?
For major schemes, we have this PMCs which are being engaged into a particular work. And there we have this factory inspections also. And once the pipes are delivered, we will get them tested after delivery also. So that will happen because of this the major project, particularly multi-village scheme project. We have huge quantities of materials. There, while going to the factory visit, our departmental engineers will be there, the PMC engineers will be there. They will go jointly, and the contractor's representative also will be there. So they will go jointly to the factory, and before the material is lifted, after manufacturing, the material will be tested. Not only pipes, all the materials, pump sets of maybe pump sets, maybe electrical machines, equipment, the pipes, all kinds of pipes, all this. Of course, we don't have much difficulty now in cement. Even for steel also we get tested. Cement and steel, of course, now the market is almost, we can say, stabilized. So we are getting good quality. But particularly these pipes, that is the thing. Particularly the smaller diameter pipes of which we need.
Sir, I am Alok Agrawal, sir, from Madhya Pradesh. I am representing Madhya Pradesh DHED department, sir. I want to know, sir, what is the procedure you are adopted for ascertaining the quality after the delivery at site, and what are the mechanisms, means how are you, if you are doing post delivery inspection or testing by some agency, particularly for SDPE pipes, so are you paying them separately for post delivery inspection, or some mechanism is made, or you have loaded the price of post delivery inspection in your item of BOQ of the tender? So I want to know the procedure of payment for pre-delivery and post-delivery. What MP is doing pre-delivery at factory, and the amount of pre-delivery is loaded in our USOR, Unified Schedule of Rates.
You are right. So pre-delivery it is loaded there. Post-delivery we are paying from the department to CPED. We are not asking contractors to pay.
So what kind of, are you doing all these tests which were conducted in the factory, or have you selected some quality check or some 2-3 checks
No, we are asking, requesting CPET to conduct all the tests as per his.
Okay, sir. But sir, actually we are also appointed CPET as a third-party inspection agency in our state, only CPET.
Yeah, we also are only CPET.
Sir, so what we have discussed with them that it is cost doing the post-delivery inspection is very costly affair. So can we have some selected test which can ascertain the quality, that whatever we have CPET has inspected in the factory, same material has come to the site.
My suggestion would be that to see that all the tests are conducted on the delivered pipes, because each test has got its own importance. So we cannot neglect or reject any test. So we will have to get conduct all the tests and then do. Otherwise, the material may fail in any one of the aspects. Because these projects we are designing for about 30 years lifetime, and we don't want to take any chance.
Sir, this is Rup Mukherjee. Good evening. I have a suggestion. Sir, we are basically encouraging under Jal Jeevan Mission that every projects which are serving has to have a project information board. So my suggestion is that if on the front side, if there is a details of the project written in the project information board, and if there is in the back side of the project information board, if the information about the suppliers or maybe the information about whoever is the local level technician is there, if that can be displayed, and also if the display of the local level technician, electrician, or the barefoot technician, whoever is there, if it can be displayed with a picture of him or photograph of him in the overhead reservoir with his number, obviously with the consent, will that help in developing an awareness amongst the local level people, so that just like most of the competitive toppers, they are being displayed in the urban areas. So why not we can promote the local level technicians who get a bit of publicity and who can be basically approached, and that can generate employment also in the local level. Thank you.
I would say half accepted. With respect to the information board, yes, of course, we are installing information board at all the workplaces. But with respect to giving the details of technicians, because the contractors who take up the work, they will have their technicians. Only the technicians who are in the Gram Panchayats who are involved along with the VWC members, those details can be given so that it will be helpful for the villages in future. Of course, the type of material or the factory which produces the pipelines, etc., which are supplying, those details also can be published. So people will be aware, and they will come to know that nowadays the farmers also will be using pipes from various manufacturers. And once they look into the name of the manufacturer, they will understand roughly whether the pipe is of better quality or not. That is a good suggestion. We can, on the back side, we can try to give the names of the suppliers, the main suppliers.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very enlightening session. Now we move on to the next session.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the preliminary discussion on Annual Action Plan 2022-23, followed by the breakout session, which will happen in the same hall in the interest of time, as we are behind schedule. In the breakout session with states and union territories to discuss the state-specific issues and challenges after the preliminary discussion on Annual Action Plan. I would request Madam B. Mahajan to kindly initiate this.
We keep the breakout session, we will keep it demand driven. So if the states have any issues that they want to discuss with us, because the department is here in full strength, please let us know. If everything is fine, all going well, it's okay, then we will hold you to this implicit assurance that all is well. Okay, we will be here.
Ma'am, for DGM Deputy, we would like to have a very brief discussion with the faculty.
The area officers can just note about it.
it's fine. But now we'll just have a broad discussion on the allocation for 22-23, which we have already indicated to you in the morning session. Just for your recall, we are displaying it here again. First it is JJM, and then the next slide is with respect to SBM, and then the 15th FC, which any case you know also.
So as you all know, you do need to make sure you have a budget provision for the state share of JJM. So can everyone please look at this and confirm to us after you've gone back or now that you have made adequate provisioning. Please recall that in the morning session the minister had assured that if your pace of implementation requires further funding beyond this, we are committed to make it available. Of course, as per the JJM guidelines and expenditure requirements. So please do make sure that at least this month's state share is provided for in your budgets. If not, please let us know so that we can take it up at the highest levels for intervention. Please make sure that for 15th Finance Commission grants, and I'm talking about type grants, there is a budget provision because that will route through the budget. Please make sure that for SBM, that's next slide, I think, next slide. For SBM, there has to be a budgetary provision for both central and state share.
Next week,
as you know, SBM central as well as state share will go through the budget, so both have to have budgetary provision. Please ensure that that's done. That's
No, that's fine, ma'am. You have covered it very well. And this is indicated here, and it's important as you have mentioned. We just want your feedback. I don't think we can have a detailed discussion, but if you have more requirements as per your plans, kindly indicate. But better course would be to make good use of the money which is available in this financial year. Otherwise, it will be most likely you will not be able to avail of all the trenches. But whatever you can do, it is my earnest request to make good use of the existing money in this financial year itself. Next year there will be a lot of rush, and probably we may not be able to provide you that kind of money also. So we can just close it here. If you have any specific issues, you can discuss with us bilaterally also.
We're presuming everybody is aware of how much spending you need to do, what certain UCs need to be sent, what kind of audited statements, accounts, and so on. So if there's any concern on why you have not received your next installment, next tranche, etc., please let us know for all three categories of funds, JJM, SBM, as well as FFC. We can clarify any doubts. But suffice it to say, Government is sitting on more money than we are able to give out to you. It's a matter of concern to us. We've already lost money in the revised estimates. We don't want to be in the situation where we are not even able to release funds as per the RE. So we have no constraint on funds. Therefore, if we are not receiving funds, there is some issue which we need to either bilaterally settle or it is in your court. But if there is any issue at our end, happy to settle it because we want to give out as much as we can, as quickly as we can.
I'd like to tell you about MP. We had already made sufficient provisions, and I'm sure it's going to be cleared also on 9. As far as JJM is concerned, one point I would just like to flag it that in this year's budget, I mean, over and above, of course, what you have indicated, we are already providing it in the state budget, both central and state share. But in case we want to go more than that, because in this year's budget, there is a provision of 1 lakh crore to the state, the loan which would be provided to the state. So I understand there is some part of that is for JJM also, that can be
if you are talking about the FM's budget announcement about an interest-free loan, long-term interest-free loan to states for capital works, those guidelines are yet to be finalized by the Department of Expenditure. But on behalf of all states, we have already formally requested the Finance Secretary that the state share requirement under JJM may also be permitted under this long-term IFL because some states at least have large requirements in this year and may be facing budgetary constraints. Thank you actually, Malay, for reminding me about that. So any state which thinks that it desperately needs to avail that window may please let us know. And in parallel, you may like to ask your chief ministers to take up with the finance minister that this enabling provision in the guidelines should be done, and give your reasons also for that. So we have, like I said, I have already written to Sohanathan, spoken with him. He has assured some sympathetic consideration, but the amount, he will see how much he can put in and needs to be decided finally at a level. So if you have any specific requirements, let us know, and also you could take it up directly as well with MOF that much.
In fact,
sorry to interrupt, but again for states which are finding difficulties in meeting state shares, please also make sure that you are using the NABARD window. There is an RIDF window under NABARD. It is the state which decides how much to be allocated to which sector. Your chief secretary chairs those committees. If you get NABARD funding under that, we are quite okay with seeing that NABARD loan as your state share. So it's just a question of prioritization within your state. Feel free to use that. Those allocations are usually formed up around this time.
Now we are already using that NABARD thing on as well as MDB also. So because earlier we were using that as a loan and 15% or so as a state share. So now we have actually in fact reworked that. So that is helping us. Only the 2 points on which I wanted to have perhaps a breakout meeting, but I don't think the decision on that may be possible without your your guidance on that. Sorry, I am again and again putting.
Yes, so in case there's any other issue around this funding financing, we could hear that.
Any other state has any issues around this? Okay, someone else can.
Ma'am, just a point, because I am now moving with full capacity, strength, and this thing for completion of all these my retrofitting scheme. So we'll in writing we'll request.
Okay, that in writing, please indicate that anyone. So this is off the record completely. I have not set this out tonight. But if any state, in order to complete their retrofitting work, needs some extension beyond 31st March 2022, please send your request to at the level of Chief Minister or Minister to the Minister. Please indicate that preferably that you have already allotted the works and they are under implementation, and give the time frame in which they will be completed. If you have not even allotted the works, then you have a problem. But even so, if you wish to raise it, as long as you can assure that the works will be awarded within a very short window of maybe 2 months or so, let us say by 31st May, and completed within the coming financial year, we will consider those requests favorably. Although right now our position as department is no extension beyond 31st March. So please try to do whatever you can within 31st March, but if there is some very strong reason for a small spillover, let us have a clear proposal.
Just second point related to that is the last point as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. Do you advise for me to do the same thing for those 22 multi-million scheme which I am just holding back tendering because they are not likely?
That's a serious problem. You are asking for beyond 2024. I think that's going to be a serious issue. And there perhaps your Chief Minister needs to formally discuss with the Union Minister first with the details of what kind of projects and how much will over and all that. Let there be a buy-in first at that level before the reform.
Thank you.
I think we can close this session and remove this presentation. Frankly, person sitting here can remove it, and now I think we can have open session before we have breakout session only for Tamil Nadu property which is left now. We can have an open session, anything from anyone, whether technical, financial, and you can give us a feedback also.
While you think of these things, I wanted to say one or two points. I've noticed, and it may not be relevant to your states because I'm not speaking specifically about your states, that perhaps there are issues around data entry in the IMIS. So the dashboards perhaps are not correctly reflecting the situation, ranging from how much work has been done under JJM, under SBM, how much water given to schools and Anganwadis. So could we suggest to all of you to do a campaign in the month of April? So within the month of March, please complete your work. So all energy is on doing as much physical progress and getting your DPRs and everything done and progress on implementation in the month of March. But could you issue instructions to all your field staff that in the month of April they should look at the data? Look at the data in all its aspects to make sure that what we should have reflected is the correct ground level situation. Would that be meaningful in any way? Please consider that. Please remember that the list of villages is derived completely now both for JVM and SBM. Software change would have happened at our end at NIC. We will go strictly by the local government directive. And for making any changes in the LGD, it is the Department of Panchayati Raj in the state which is authorized to make that change. So if there is a village which is no longer a living village or there is a new village that has come up, those notifications are to be done by the PR department, Panchayati Raj department, and the LGD is suitably updated. Government of India has nothing to do with it. So please make sure that your village-wise information is correct and valid. Under JJM in particular, there have been entries going way beyond the LGD data. We will not permit that. We have to harmonize the data set used to only the LGD. Please review particularly your data. We will also ask our NIC teams to make a point about problems. We are going to convert wholesale into.
Okay, just to add to what the Secretary Ma'am has just now mentioned, let's have the month of April as a data cleaning exercise, and LGD code is very important both for JJM as well as SBM. I'm repeating again that we need to also see the data with respect to villages and households. Within the same ministry, we are having different numbers. One is 19 crores for JJM and around 18 crores. The difference of about 1 crore number of household is there. So either SBM data set is wrong or JJM is wrong. So we need to ensure that. Maybe somewhere midway. So we need to ensure that we have the names also along with the numbers. So I think that becomes very important. As Ma'am is suggesting, we can focus ourselves on the works in this month, and next month we can have a campaign of data entry and correction. So that is one campaign, and on 22nd of this month, we would like to start with a campaign. 22nd is World Water Day, we all know, and we would like to start with a campaign which focuses on not only the Greywater management, water conservation, but also to make sure that we involve the field functionary or the people at the ground, Swachh or other women who have been trained in the works which we are normally undertaking with the JJM or in SPM. Swachh particularly in identification of the pits which can be converted into twin pits, that means the second pit can be constructed, and wherever any other retrofitting is required, they could be involved. We have a very good incentive structure, we can use that. So this could be a period for, let's say for a 100-day campaign, just like Sujulam 1, we can have a Sujalam 2.0 also. We'll come out with a formal notification, but it's more of the state level reigniting your machinery so that you are able to make use of the existing Swachh Bharat, which number about 5 lakh throughout the country. Like in Tamil Nadu, Muda was mentioning about 60,000 or so. It's a big number, but in the mobile app which you are using, about 11,000 are integrated. So if you have a mobile app there and you are paying incentives also, and the work allocation is also being done through mobile app, it's a great thing. But now we need to see what happened to those 50,000 which are not integrated with the mobile app. So those are the people, probably they can be re-energized and focused on pure gap filling and conversion of the single bit or maybe retrofitting exercise. Same way for Madhya Pradesh also, you also have a mobile app for Swachh Bharat, probably that can be used for re-energizing the Swachh Bharat. For other states, often I am not aware of the situation, but Andhra Pradesh also probably, I think, the same kind of thing is there. But you have a better system of village volunteer, probably. You have the village volunteers still continuing? Yes, sir. So that's a very good system which can help them. It's a unique thing. So we would like to have a 100-day campaign starting from 22nd of March, and it ends, I think, very cleanly with the end of June, I suppose, 100 days. So I think we can start with that. So this was the idea of Secretary, that we can start with the second level campaign, which will further finalize. Any suggestions on that, you can let us know. But JJM activities, Greywater management, we can take inputs as our chief engineer from Karnataka was suggesting. We need to have a feel of the ground situation, and these people can provide you the ground realities, and we can make use of the feedback from them for preparing our Greywater management systems also, whether just a soak pit or you need a complicated system, high investment there. So these are few things which can be undertaken. If you have any suggestions, you can. Would you like to add something on this campaign?
Ma'am, one point, ma'am, I think other secretaries of the states also agree. You would like to have the data which our filler functions are filling onto the portal of JJM.
Yeah, but ma'am has agreed that.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a normal thing you share.
All the data that the state sector is the common property of the country. The states will have full rights to that. So please let us know. We are completely.
Ma'am, we would like to know with whom we have to be in touch, because still we are not able to use the data for our own dashboards.
Insofar as our departmental data is concerned, please let us know. We will make sure that it's done.
Ma'am, I returned to you last week, ma'am.
We got it, and ma'am has already copied that in the paper itself, what you had sent. You want to say something, Anupama, on Greywater, the Sujalam 2.0? You want to add something which I have missed out?
Yes, sir, everything is covered in that, sir. We can start.
Would any state like to say anything? I can help out.
Ma'am, we have an issue now actually. In Andhra, ma'am, we have constructed community toilets at Anganwadi centers, ma'am, where one village will have more than 2 or 3 Anganwadi centers. Ma'am. We have constructed the toilet with very minimum amount, ma'am, like 15,000 each toilet. We have constructed 2, ma'am. Now we are trying to entering this CSCs, ma'am, at the cost of 3 lakh rupees. Now data entry is not allowing us to do, ma'am, because there is a limitation, ma'am. Only 2 CSCs per village is allowing, ma'am. That is our issue, ma'am. Otherwise, we would have completed 450 CSCs, ma'am.
Presently, there's a limit of.
Have you already moved this formally to us, or you're raising it for the first time today?
First time, actually.
Okay, so then we take note of it. But if you could just go back and send an email,
yes.
Report legal. You know the concerned officers. You can copy Mr. Balunda. We'll see what is the issue. Any other state? Anything? Yeah. So any points that you have later also? Yeah, just email / WhatsApp / SMS / phone call away. Don't keep your issues to yourself. But an issue once raised informally should be backed by a formal letter as well, and as quickly as possible.
Yeah, nothing else. And I think from our side, that's it. I would like to thank, first of all, I think nothing needs to thank, along with his whole team. They have very, very short notice. I must say that they have done a wonderful job. एक बार भी अधिक ने ये नहीं कहा कि आगे बढ़ा दो या कम कर दो या कोई और तरीके रखो. So that is very great of them. And very comfortable stay also, and logistics also they have worked out very well. We also thank our own team. They have been working very hard. Last minute so many things happen and they have to work late in the night. So we are thankful to our own team also, and of course the representatives from the state governments, they have also joined in big numbers, full representation from almost all the states, and they have participated very well. And I must say, all the resource persons, they have done very well in the technical sessions, which is much beyond our expectations. We were not thinking, we were thinking this general discussion ho jayega, we get some feedback, but I think we are. So that is a very good feedback, which personally I must thank all the resource persons who have handled the technical sessions very well. For our internal teams, which will be conducting the next regional conference, Secretary Ma'am has already said that we can repeat the technical sessions as it is. The topic will be same, but resource persons, of course, it depends on the logistics who all are available in Kolkata, so we can work out. So if I have left out anyone for thanking, I may be excused for that, but I thank one and all of you for making it a success, and hopefully we'll be able to do a very good job. Ma'am, would you like to say anything?
It's time to close. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Amuda, you and your team could just come over right here and as we have to join us in this discussion. Thank you all so much.
I thank all the delegates for panel for this. So, tomorrow also whenever you want to leave, you can leave late also. So, anything you need, please feel free. Otherwise,